guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. The U.S. Justice Department, in a court filing unsealed on Monday, accused Donald Trump's lawyers of gamesmanship for arguing that some of the documents seized by the FBI from the former president's Florida estate should be kept out of a criminal investigation because they are personal or privileged. Trump, who may announce a 2024 run for the presidency on Tuesday, has fought to keep materials seized by FBI agents during a court-approved August 8 search at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach, away from investigators in their criminal probe involving sensitive government records taken when he left office. With only a few House races left to call, Republicans are beginning to plan who their next Speaker of the House will be. Top contender and current House Minority Leader, Representative Kevin McCarthy, has formally launched a bid this week in a letter to his colleagues, pledging to be a listener every bit as much as a speaker. But with such a small expected majority, every vote for McCarthy will count. Iowa Republican Representative Ashley Hinson, a Republican from Iowa, pledged her support for McCarthy to reporters on Monday, saying she believes he has the power to get the GOP party to their intended goals.
I'm 100% behind Kevin, always have been since day one, and I think he's definitely done the work necessary to get us into this majority and will help us to deliver on our priorities.
Goldman Sachs is optimistic about 2023.
One of the nation's largest investment banks says inflation is expected to ease in a significant way next year. Goldman Sachs made that prediction while talking about the Federal Reserve's preferred way to measure inflation, the Core Personal Consumption Expenditure Index, or PCE. Goldman says that will fall to just under 3% by the end of next year. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951 8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the Buy One, Get One Extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Former Vice President Mike Pence opened up about his experiences inside the Capitol on January the 6th and about former President Donald Trump. The former vice president, discussing a phone call he had with Trump hours before the rioters breached the Capitol, said he had explained to the president why he wouldn't reject the election results.
I picked up the phone and the president asked me where I was on the electoral count that would take place that day. And I told him, despite what you issued last night from your campaign, Mr. President, I've been very clear that I don't have the authority to reject votes.
The former president became upset when Pence explained he wouldn't reject the election results.
The president became very irate on the phone. He said that if that was true, that he made a mistake 5 years ago.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell spoke on the Senate floor on Monday for the first time since the midterm elections.
When it comes to politics and to policy, we are a closely divided nation.
Our lives are better left to chance.
You can now add Garth Brooks to the list of country stars who have Las Vegas residencies. He announced Garth Brooks +1 at the Coliseum at Caesars Palace starting May of next year and running through December. You can get tickets through Ticketmaster's verified program starting Thursday, November the 21st, but you have to sign up first on their website. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Marusso.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. Get clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Oh my, is it that time again already? Wow, looky there. Sure enough, we cross over that midnight hour as we close out a Monday. Notice the excitement in my voice. They said close out a Monday. All right, got the hard part behind us. In the books. So right there, smack dab in the middle of November, 15th day of November for 2022. Here it comes. As we kick off a full 5 hours of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios, our secret bunker, Southwest Ohio. There, it's a nippy 35 degrees outside the bunker at this hour. Yeah, old man Winter knocking on the door. Hey, some of you are going to be playing in the snow out there tonight. As we get things rolling, yeah, looky there. Got the dividing line. Rain on the east, snow on the west. Southern Illinois, right there is about the dividing line where it's... Matter of fact, St. Louis looks like most of the action just to the south of St. Louis. You may have a little precip falling there, but... Yeah, from Carbondale, Illinois to Cape Girardeau down to Poplar Bluff. Jonesboro, Arkansas, to Memphis, Tennessee, to Jackson, Tennessee. It's all rain, a lot of rain. In Mississippi, southern Alabama tonight, some spottier showers up toward Huntsville. But then the snow, the cold air coming in. You're pretty much locked in. It's light snow for most areas, stretching from Des Moines, Iowa, to Quincy, Illinois, down into Columbia, to Rolla, Missouri, Springfield, Missouri, all the way back into from Emporia to Manhattan in Kansas, eastern Kansas there. Most of those areas are under winter weather advisories. It's not going to be like a blockbuster snowstorm, but again, winter weather advisories, typically 1 to 3 inches of snow. Then later in the day, all this activity heads off to the east, and we're going to see some snow from the Smokies right up to the spine of the Appalachians, through the heart of Pennsylvania, and a good chunk of New York, central and southern New York, and eventually on up into the New England areas. Again, all of those winter weather advisories. 24 hours ago, as I was mentioning, we were kicking things off. There wasn't a whole lot of precip out there, but we were talking about, the first shot of snow for many folks around the country, and they seem to forget during the summer and the fall how to drive when winter weather arrives. And it was absolute chaos on the roadways this past morning. They didn't have a whole lot of precip. It was just kind of an icy scenario, but hundreds of crashes on Minnesota roadways. Winter weather conditions. Obviously, you had slick roadways for that morning commute, and everybody's driving like they do on dry asphalt, hauling ass to get to work. According to the Minnesota State Patrol, between 6 and 11 a.m. Monday morning, 322 crashes, 67 vehicle spin-offs, 3 semi-jackknifes just in the state of Minnesota. Troopers said 25 people were hurt in those crashes. None of those were fatal, and none were really serious injuries. But they had a compilation of the highway cameras that captured videos. People, spinning out all over the place. But you could tell they were going way too fast for conditions on icy roadways. Monday morning crashes caught on the traffic cams. That's one of our industry headlines. But, yeah, you're going to have to slow it down. Yet all it takes is that little glaze. Yeah, at this time of year, there is no salt on the roadways unless you're in a zone where they've actually maybe done some pre-treatment. Once you get a few snowfalls in the books, you typically have that build up. There's some residual salt that remains on the roadways that will help keep roads clear in light snow. But this time of year, with no base, it just takes that first few flakes. You need a tenth of an inch, and suddenly the tires pack it down into the asphalt, and you are on a sheet of ice. Now, we're going to be talking Arctic air from much of the central states, a taste of midwinter cold. Temperatures plunging to their lowest levels yet this season. We're talking a staggering 20 to 30 degrees below average for mid-November. From Minneapolis to Chicago to St. Louis and Oklahoma City. Yeah, maybe you may be double-checking your calendars later this week, as it's even colder than what's considered normal for the middle of January in that part of the country. Now, although chilly conditions and some snow have already moved into some of those areas last week, the coldest air is yet to come. Many places in the plains and Midwest will see high temperatures a good 10 degrees or more below what you would normally see not in mid-November, but mid-January, according to AccuWeather. Chicago, for instance, forecasters expect daytime temperatures no higher than the middle to upper 20s by the end of this week. A normal high for January 15th would be 31. The last time Wichita, Kansas, had a high of 32 or lower all the way back March the 10th, last winter. Now, the latest forecast puts the city's maximum temperature for Friday right around 30 degrees. Even locations further south not going to be spared. Old Man Winter's early arrival, Oklahoma City. After a wintry hit of rain and snow starting the week, you're going to close out the week with high temperatures only in the upper 30s, well below the lowest average during the winter months. South of the city, along the Oklahoma-Texas state line, DOT cameras capturing snowfall impacting I-40 Monday afternoon. One of the nation's largest reports of snow this past day was out of Elk City, Oklahoma. You picked up 7.3 inches of snow. Wow. Adding an additional shock factor to the upcoming cold is going to be the winds, 20 to 35 miles per hour. You're going to be reaching for an extra layer to stay warm as you head outdoors. Wind chill factors. AccuWeather, they changed the name. They copyrighted something called real feel temperatures. We've always referred to it as wind chill, but real feel temperatures are going to be in the single digits through the day Friday in Minneapolis. Maybe no higher than 10 degrees for Chicago. Across the northern plains, those values may stay below zero for some of the daytime hours. Now, if you're hoping to catch a glimpse of the Leonid meteor shower, which will be peaking Thursday night into Friday morning, you're going to have to bundle up. Now, will you have clear skies is the bigger question. Clouds may obstruct the view for many. They're in the north-central USA. In terms of how cold this wave stacks up compared to others, in the month of November, experts say more than a dozen record low temperatures may be challenged by Friday, including St. Cloud, Minnesota, Kansas City, Missouri, Oklahoma City, Topeka, and Wichita, Kansas. Now, even a handful of overnight low records could also be set later this week. This early season cold burst entering the northern tier of the country due to an area of high pressure building in Alaska over the next few days. The wind flow around that high will be driving multiple waves of cold air southward out of Canada right into the heart of the country, with the coldest of these waves on tap for the end of the week. So you think it's cold now and it's colder on Wednesday? Just wait till the end of the week. Yeah, that late week cold wave is going to shift eastward by the weekend. So our friends in the Northeast, you're going to be shivering in January like cold as well. By that point, the most significant lake effect snow event of the season is likely to be fully underway across the Great Lakes. For those not quite ready for Old Man Winter to stick around, they do say a shift in the dominant wind direction throughout the atmosphere should allow the chill to ease up by the Thanksgiving holiday the following week. So maybe a little bit of a warm-up for Thanksgiving travelers, and hopefully not nearly as much winter driving conditions for the millions that are going to be traveling as the holiday season gets underway. We'll have more on the winter cold coming up here, and I mentioned one of the most significant or one of the most famous meteor showers is going to be taking place later this week. And while it may not live up to its historical reputation, it could, end up being one of the best astronomy events of the entire year. There are question marks. Will we see a meteor outbreak? It's a possibility. Several forecasters say, based on the historical data. We'll share more on that coming up as well here. So kind of looking forward to that later this week. Just hopefully have the clear skies. Philly Dan is on board out of the box. Congratulations to Washington beating the Eagles. I'm pretty sure that John Fetterman drank the water at Camp Lejeune, by the way. Heavy D on board. Hello, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe and keep on trucking. High pressure pumping is ready to roll. Joe Self on board. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive listeners. A cool 30 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. But everybody have a good night. We've got 39 outside here in Cape Girardeau, according to Gerald right now. Just listening for now. Going to wait for the Sandman to check in. Everybody stay safe out there. Stay groovy, as he likes to say. Heat wave on board from Williams, Arizona. Clear 35 degrees as we head for Albuquerque this morning. All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends checking in YouTube, Facebook. By the way, it's overnightdriveradio.com. If you've just, I don't mention it often enough. If you've recently found the program, scrolling through Facebook or scouring through YouTube, you can download the free app on your smartphone, iPhone or Android, wherever you download your apps. Again, it's free. Just type in overnightdriveradio.com. You can download the app there and catch the program live each and every Monday through Friday morning. Of course, we have repeats and replays throughout the day for those who miss the program live. It is 844-844-3388. That's our number, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, lots to update you on here this Tuesday morning. As well as we work our way into a Tuesday from time zone to time zone. Good afternoon. Larry checks in. Hammer down. Be safe. Here's hoping tonight goes a bit better than last night. Ultimately had a 4-hour delay and $1,500 later before I was rolling again. If you weren't with us Monday morning, he had, I guess he's running the super singles on his truck. Not real happy about it, but he had not one, but 2 flat tires. You know, you can't limp yourself on down to the next exit on those super singles. So, yeah, $1,500, 2 tires. Wow. Good morning to Rock Pick, checking in from Rochester, New York. 35 degrees at this hour. I'm on the phone with YouTube right now. Stay safe, truckers. Thank you and enjoy. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 36. A little bit of snow in Kingdom City, Missouri. Shout out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Callaway Livestock Center at this hour. Marianne checks in. Morning, Steve. Good morning to the overnight crew. Everyone stay safe on the roads out there. Cap and Ron, yeah, we've closed out his favorite day. Checking in with 66 degrees, rolling north on I-75 through Gainesville, Florida right now, Semper Fi. A copy of the mail, 5-7. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew from Troy, Ohio. There's Kevin with us. Hello to Pappy, 35 degrees in southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Brr. Let's go. It's Tuesday the 15th. Is it a go or no go? Hammer down and be safe. All right, I'm assuming, are you referring to, is it a go or no go with Donald Trump expected to announce his looking at going to run for president in 2024? That's the anticipated announcement. I haven't actually seen a time on that. You know, I'll have to double check. Is that going to be like a morning press conference sometime this afternoon? I'm not really sure. I know they did say it was going to be announced there from the home in Mar-a-Lago, Florida. But big announcement today. Gilligan checks in. Morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Partly cloudy, cold at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia, right at the freezing mark at this hour. Everybody keep it shiny side up. You see, the other thing, maybe he was talking about, is it a go or a no-go? NASA tells us they are on track. They're aiming to launch the Artemis 1 moon rocket Wednesday. But there's still a few boxes that have to be checked first. Yeah, of course, this much anticipated after months and months of delays, sending the uncrewed Orion capsule to lunar orbit using the SLS rocket, as they call it, the Space Launch System, scheduled to lift off from Florida's Kennedy Space Center. Now, this is going to be Wednesday morning, like just a little over 24 hours from now. There's a 2-hour window that opens up at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. The mission team said they're confident they can hit that target. Now, I'll be trying to eavesdrop and monitor what's going on and try to carry maybe the coverage live on the program, because this is a pretty big deal with the SLS system. Now, the space mission manager at NASA headquarters in Washington said, I feel good, headed into this attempt on the 16th. The team is moving forward. Now, we've got some work to do, though. One focus of that work is going to be a thin strip of caulking called RTV that encircles Orion. The RTV helps smooth out a small indention in the capsule that could potentially cause some unwanted circulation and heating of air during flight. They do tell us Hurricane Nicole tore through some of that caulking on Thursday when she came ashore along the Space Coast. According to mission team members, it kind of weakened, obviously, to a tropical storm shortly after landfall, but some of the winds they dealt with there on the launch pad for the SLS system, some of those wind gusts were in excess of the threshold that this was built to withstand. Out there on the launch pad. It's possible some of the storm-torn RTV could shake free during liftoff, which would create a debris hazard for the SLS. So the team is still examining the nature and severity of that risk, they tell us. Got to spend a little more time reviewing our flight rationale headed into this launch attempt, specifically as it pertains to liberation of any remaining caulking, RTV, and debris transport. Lastly, the team isn't terribly concerned about increased aero heating around Orion due to the loss of some of that RTV. So there's the update. Again, if things are going as planned, might be able to flip over to live coverage and carry that for you on the program right here a little over 24 hours from now. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Control of the U.S. House of Representatives hinged on Monday on several tight races that could secure a majority for Republicans following midterm elections that saw President Joe Biden's Democrats beat expectations and retain the Senate. U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping engaged in blunt talks over Taiwan and North Korea on Monday in a 3-hour meeting aimed at preventing strained U.S.-China ties from spilling into a new Cold War. Amid simmering differences on human rights, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and supported domestic industry, the two leaders pledged more frequent communications. Israel will not cooperate with any external investigation into the killing of Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, Defense Minister Benny Gantz said on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, there you go. Got the phone lines open at 844-844-3388. If you'd like to jump on board. Hello to Bolt Checks in this morning. 27 degrees at the State Police Barracks, Romney, West Virginia. Had to sit in the parking lot for a while, warm things up, get rid of that layer of frost. But everybody have a wonderful, safe night out there traveling. Double trucker on board, 31 right now, feels like 24 at the Loves in Lodi. We're hooked up and ready to head back to Western New York. Let's go, Brandon. All right, some of the industry headlines as we get things underway here on a Tuesday. All right, anxiously anticipating, waiting for the final word. Will there ultimately be a railroad strike? Yeah, we have another labor union that has rejected the railroad deal. The International Brotherhood of Boilermakers is the latest. I believe that makes the third union now to say no to the railroad deal. This is the agreement that was spearheaded by the Biden administration, another huge blow to the September deal. In joining the Brotherhood of Railroad Signalmen and the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way Employees, the union becomes, there it is, the third member of the 12-union panel to reject the tentative deal. What does that mean? The group does not plan to strike until at least December the 9th, so after the Thanksgiving weekend, but the IBB said, we fully expect to continue negotiating towards a satisfactory contract with the railroad management. They issued a very brief statement. Meanwhile, the National Carriers Conference Committee, which represents management, said, well, we're disappointed by the decision. This result will delay the benefits of the tentative agreement for the IBB represented employees, including an immediate 14.1% wage increase and substantial retroactive and lump sum payouts. Yeah, that's what their argument was, which I guess they represent about 300 employees. This is the smallest of the three groups that have thus far rejected the bargaining deal. The Maintenance of Way Employees, which operates under the Teamsters, that's about 23,000 track maintenance workers. The signalmen are close to 6,000 strong. So we're talking now close to 30,000 railroad workers that are talking about potentially a strike. These three groups have warned against further federal government involvement in negotiations, though. Kind of a stark rebuke for the Labor Secretary, Marty Walsh. Earlier this month, she suggested that Congress would take some sort of action to avert a strike if we got to that point. The Maintenance of Way employees responding to Walsh by saying Congress should not have to intervene. The railroads should provide paid sick leave to its employees. They have all the money to do it. It literally would cost them a penny of every dollar of record profits to provide that. It's only 2% of what CSX, Norfolk Southern, and UP spent so far this year in stock buybacks. It's literally nothing to them, yet they refuse to provide it. So again, that's still on the table, potential railroad strike. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Hello to Kentucky Ken, just joined us. Morning overnight drive crew, checking in from Oakwood, Illinois. Making my way back to Shelby, Iowa. Safe travels, everyone out there, but we are listening in. All right, good to have you on board. Yes, safe travels to you, Kentucky Ken. All right, I love it when I'm right. I've been beating this drum for months and months now as we go to electric vehicles, right? Mandating electric vehicles. Several states have done so. The federal government, Biden had laid out the plan. 50% of all vehicle sales by 2035 will be electric vehicles. The ultimate goal, completely eliminating any internal combustion engine sales. I said, we don't have a power grid to do this. We cannot charge all these electric cars and trucks. This is quite the interesting study just released. We're all familiar with the big truck stops, right? Your big TA, your Love's, 12,000 square foot facilities that accommodate in excess of 100 trucks for parking sometimes. A big truck stop, an individual big truck stop, will soon require the same amount of power as a small town if electric semi-trucks permeate the market as planned, says the study. New study conducted by National Grid PLC has found that the projected highway charging requirements will skyrocket in the next few years thanks to the introduction of more electrified cars and semi-trucks. Study estimates that electrifying a typical highway gas station will require as much power as a professional sports stadium by the year 2030. By the year 2035, an individual big truck stop serving electric rigs will require as much power as an entire small town. Now, what is a small town? According to the charts and graphs they provided, a small town would be a town of about 10,000 people. Bloomberg reports even those who conducted the study were kind of taken aback, surprised by these massive, quickly increasing power demands. Currently, a typical connection to the power grid that can handle more than 5 megawatts, which is about the demand for an outdoor sports stadium, can take up to 8 years to build, costing tens of millions of dollars. We've got to start making these investments right now. Bart Franey, the Vice President of Clean Energy Development at National Grid, says we can't wait for it to happen because the market is going to outpace the infrastructure. Study also showed the amount of new electricity that's going to be needed to power an increase in electric cars and trucks is not the issue. The problem is how quickly the high-speed vehicle chargers will need to deliver electricity at the same place and time. It's not like you're going to be plugging in a toaster. If you put 50 trucks somewhere, That's basically equivalent to a factory, according to the analysis. Yeah, utilities know how to build factories, but it's the process and sequencing that's required that's really scary to me. Utilities need to be starting a half a decade ahead of the trucks in order to not be bottlenecking the transition to electric trucks. Well, a half a decade, that's 5 years, people, and they ain't started. And I quote, the number one concern for fleets waiting to electrify all their vehicles is the infrastructure required. They know they can't sell trucks without the power to charge. Now, if they can solve that piece of the puzzle, then they can scale the market up much more quickly. The upcoming Tesla semi-truck, the first long-range electric semi to hit the market, even some of the current shorter-range rigs are having charging issues, according to the head of electric trucks at Daimler North America. Says we've had multiple customers reconsider an electric truck purchase after learning it would take over a year longer to have truck chargers installed than it would to actually receive the trucks themselves. The utilities are waiting for a customer application to come in requesting new service before they start their work, and that process is just way too long. You really have to anticipate demand and then get started ahead of time. That requires a major shift from a policy and a regulatory perspective. More than $1.2 billion in investments have been announced for electric vehicle chargers between now and next year. That would amount to maybe 4,000 truck charging points in the U.S. and Europe. However, the focus is expected to remain on the passenger vehicle charging points over the next few years, even in the face of regulations to incentivize and even require the change to electric semi-trucks. I can envision it. We're going to have, these green companies, everybody doing their part to save the planet, right? We're ordering electric trucks. We're doing our thing. And they get their trucks delivered, and they're in a parking lot because there is nowhere, the resources aren't there from point A to point B to move the damn truck because they get to point B and there's no way to charge it. All right, it's 844-844-3388. We'll get our 2-minute timeout, get to your calls ahead here. Jump on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I got a bunch of other industry headlines we'll get to coming up here, starting with the family of a motorist killed in a hit-and-run crash with a semi-truck. Now offering a substantial reward for any information that leads to the conviction of the truck driver. This was back on November the 9th here, just a few days ago, last week. The accident claiming the life of an 87-year-old in Andrews, Texas. According to Everything Lubbock, the accident occurred when a red SUV, driven by 52-year-old Veronica Gonzalez, heading eastbound, attempted to pass a semi-truck also headed eastbound on State Highway 176. As the SUV attempted to pass, the semi changed lanes, veering into the SUV, which then skidded and rolled, ejecting Soledad from the back seat, leading to her death. Now, she was not wearing a seatbelt at the time of the accident. The driver and another passenger were not injured in the crash. Both of them were wearing seatbelts. But the semi kept on rolling. The semi never stopped. Continued east on Highway 176. The truck, believed to be a white rig that was pulling a flatbed that was loaded with large pipe at the time of the incident. The family now offering a $25,000 reward for anyone with information leading to the conviction of the truck driver involved in that incident there. I don't know. Yeah, is it one of those scenarios? Truck was changing lanes. Did he not notice? Is he even aware that he had cut the vehicle off? Questions that we just don't know right now. All right, this guy gets a Dumbass of the Week nomination. Hey, we've got a DA nominee and a Darwin Award winner here, back to back. Starting with the truck driver and his company now facing a combined 18 charges after the driver was caught completing paperwork while driving. Happened about 3 o'clock last Thursday afternoon. According to the Today News, an officer was patrolling the Hanlon Expressway when he observed a tractor-trailer swerving in and out of the highway shoulder, pulled the truck over to check the driver's well-being, only to find out he was filling out paperwork that was supposed to be completed before driving, including an inspection report. Well, that led to an examination of the truck. Numerous defects, multiple bald tires, tires with low pressure, a bent axle causing the brakes to be out of alignment. Truck was taken out of service. The driver and the company have been charged. So there's a DA of the Week nominee. How about this guy, Darwin Award winner? Yeah, Houston, Texas, investigating the death of a man who climbed on top of a moving tractor trailer last week. About 11:30 in the morning, November the 10th, on the Essex Freeway in Houston. According to the Houston Police Department, a red Kenworth tractor trailer was traveling southbound on the freeway when, without the truck driver's knowledge, a 25-year-old male had somehow jumped or climbed onto the truck's trailer. Well, he's back there on the trailer just having a good time, dancing, recording himself as the 18-wheeler went under an overpass at the Tom Street Bridge. He didn't see what was coming. Obviously struck the 25-year-old, knocked him off the trailer into the main freeway lanes below. Paramedics responded to the scene. He was transported to a hospital where obviously he died. Darwin Award winner. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. The truck driver was determined not to be impaired, was questioned and released. But the 25-year-old won't be dancing on any trucks. Probably doing some sort of a Facebook Live or some sort of streaming thing. Hey, look at me. I'm a star. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Morning, Heat Wave.
Good morning, Senor. Yeah, that's a DA award nominee right there. He's not just a Darwin Award. He is a dead ass.
That's true.
I swear. That is. Good night. Well, I mean, we've got to thin out the herd, and if that's the way we got to go to clean out the gene pool, that might be the way to go. Well, Steve, we live in a country where it's okay to kill babies before and after birth, where it's okay for drag queens to be out there exposing themselves to our children, where people want to have potato heads in charge, like Fetterman, AOC, Biden, and Giggles. They don't want law and order. They don't want to have secure borders here, but they want to take care of everyone else's damn problems. Now we've got a potential train strike, and that's going to hurt us out here on the road. I mean, we are going to get what, we're going to have to live with the decisions that the majority wanted or got suckered into. Where else can you throw out slander, lies, and what's the other one called? Slander and, hell, it'll hit me as soon as I get off the phone here with you.
Okay.
Libel. Yeah, there you go. Libel, slander, and just out-and-out lies. Where else can you get away with that except during the election season? I don't think you can. And I really think that if you're going to go out there and say, this is what my opponent wants, you had better come up with verifiable evidence, kind of like Cliff Notes. And if you can't, I don't care if it is an election year, you can get sued. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know. Boy, I mean, political ads and all that. I mean, political ads are so protected. Someone running for office, back in my previous gig year after year, there was this one guy that I forget his name that was running for office, but he was off the rails, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And the station could not reject his 60-second ads, because it was a political campaign ad. But he was saying, outrageous things.
Yep. Well, there needs to be something set up for when you do an ad. I'm not saying just stop airing them, but if you're going to make an ad, it needs to be truthful, factual, and verifiable. That's it. Because, if you're going to be slinging mud like that, then there shouldn't be anything outside of the political scheme where you can get away with it. But it just absolutely infuriates the living hell out of me.
No.
I guess you heard that Carrie Lake is not going to be governor of Arizona. It's going to be that Hobbs woman.
Yeah, the headline headline from Drudge says the lake runs dry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought the Republicans had a good message. I really did. But apparently these other waterheads out here, they enjoy paying more for fuel, begging other countries that produce it dirtily. I don't know if that's a word, but I guess I just coined it. Not as, pumping the oil out of the ground, not as clean as what we can do. And then you just had that story where they said truck stops are going to need to have the power of a small town, considered to be 10,000 people, to supply power to all these electric vehicles out here. Well, it just shows you there's some college-educated idiots out there that are so short-sighted they can't see their nose for the face in front of them. I mean, is this what we have evolved to? Or I shouldn't say we evolved, devolved to. Because, I mean, we're not going up the evolutionary chain. We're falling backwards. You know, when are people going to figure this out, man? I can't.
I can hear the frustration in your voice. I don't know, Heatwave. I honestly thought, 1 week ago today we would get that resounding message that the people have woke up. But boy, were we wrong on that one. But hold that thought. It's top of the hour. Close out hour number 1, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marissa reporting. President Vladimir Zelensky triumphantly walked the streets of the newly liberated city of Kherson on Monday, hailing Russia's withdrawal as the beginning of the end of the war, but also acknowledging the heavy price Ukrainian troops are paying in their grinding effort to push back the invaders. The retaking of Kherson was one of Ukraine's biggest successes in the nearly 9-month-old war, dealing another stinging blow to the Kremlin. It could serve as a springboard for more advances into occupied territory. President Joe Biden called it a significant victory for Ukraine. A massive strike is unfolding on the 10 campuses of the University of California. The union, representing 48,000 teaching assistants, researchers, postdoctoral scholars, tutors, and graders, says the vast majority of them walked off the job Monday morning and joined the picket line. Strikers say they are being underpaid by tens of thousands of dollars and that meeting their demands would be a small fraction of the university system's annual budget. Aya Konishi is a teaching assistant at UCLA.
It's really powerful because it's not only a new experience for us to see this broad strike all across the UC system, it's also educating our undergraduate students about, our working conditions and, what we can achieve through collective power.
We now know what Amazon's Jeff Bezos plans on doing with his fortune.
Amazon founder Jeff Bezos says he plans to give away most of his $124 billion fortune throughout his lifetime. Bezos has been criticized for not signing the Giving Pledge, which was created by Warren Buffett and Bill Gates to encourage the richest people to give most of their wealth to charity. Amazon's executive chairman told CNN the hard part is figuring out how to give away his money in a, quote, levered way, unquote. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
6 airlines, Frontier being the only American-based company, have been ordered to pay as much as $622 million in refunds to U.S. passengers who had flights canceled and in some cases delayed for many hours. But other domestic carriers get significant complaints while steering passengers away from refunds, says Bill McGee, airline expert for American Economic Liberties Project. And considering how bad air travel could be this summer, McGee thinks flyers are due as much as $10 billion in refunds.
There were tens of thousands of flights that were scheduled and were put in reservation systems. And worst of all, the airlines collected money on, which is a form of deception, when they had reasonable doubt that they were going to be able to operate those flights. They put flights in reservation systems when they didn't have the pilots to fly them.
Doctors in New Mexico are sounding the alarm on kids facing a possible so-called triple-demic across the country. That's the threat of flu season together with RSV and COVID-19 cases. Doctors warn kids will be together in indoor spaces like school more often than not, as temperatures are getting colder, and that could spark a surge of respiratory viruses. Dr. John Peterson is a pediatric specialist in Albuquerque and has some advice for parents.
If your child is sick, keeping them home from school if they are able to. If you are having to go out into a public space, wearing a mask is an extremely smart thing to do.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, by the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with the gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system. So make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Don't forget, you get 15% off your order if you use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout via goldeagle.com. That's where you can order Sta-Bil and Clindo and all the full line of Gold Eagle products. goldeagle.com. Before I get back to heat wave here and other calls, lines available at 844-844-3388. Turn the camera back on there. Whoops. All right, Pappy forwarded an email. We touched on this briefly, the crypto meltdown that started about a week ago. And very interesting, ties to Ukraine. Was it a Ponzi scheme is the question. Headline reads, Ukraine, a Ponzi scheme and a top Democrat donor raise some serious questions. Now, in the heart of the story, it reads, what makes this so interesting isn't just that a lot of really wealthy people got scammed. It's that Bankman-Fried, he was the guy that started this whole trading exchange, FTX. Bankman-Fried also happens to be one of the top donors to the Democratic Party. Matter of fact, outside of one George Soros, no one has done more to bankroll Democrat efforts since the 2020 election. Joe Biden alone received a whopping $5.2 million from this guy. But here's where things got even weirder. Apparently, while the United States was bankrolling Ukraine and its war effort, that country's leaders were investing money into FTX. It was also revealed FTX had partnered with Ukraine to process donations to their war efforts within days of Joe Biden pledging billions of American taxpayer dollars to that country. Ukraine invested into FTX as the Biden administration funneled funds to the invaded nation. FTX then made massive donations to Democrats in the United States. As I mentioned, we touched on that a bit on our Monday morning program. The ties, there's a number of investigations underway. Investigations in the Bahamas, because that's where the whole exchange was headquartered, I believe. There are investigations taking place in New York. What in the world happened? Now, Breitbart this past day says, can the cryptocurrency market heal itself? The collapse of FTX trading last week, which filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy Friday, pummeling cryptocurrency prices and the financial infrastructure built up around trading cryptocurrencies. Hopes that crypto could improve or maybe even replace the world's existing financial system were dashed. Even the more modest ambition that crypto could actually earn a place in mainstream investment portfolios now seems impossible in the near term and unlikely even on a longer-term horizon. Now, on Monday, this past day, however, Changpeng Zhao, whoever that guy is, announcing plans to launch a crypto industry recovery fund to help industry players facing a liquidity crunch. They call him CZ, the crypto insiders. So if you're into the crypto stuff, you know who all these big names are. He's the chief executive of Binance, which is the world's biggest crypto exchange. The idea, he says, is to reduce further cascading negative effects of FTX. We talked last week about how the crypto industry lacks a central bank to play the role of a lender of last resort. This can make a crypto exchange vulnerable to what they would call a run on the bank event, when customers ask for their money back faster than the exchange can liquidate its investments. The rush to liquidate to meet withdrawals can send the prices of assets spiraling downward. That can spread to other funds and other exchanges as investors seek to withdraw from those that are maybe exposed to the plunging asset prices or a failing exchange. It's a phenomenon typically referred to as contagion in the financial markets. In the classic phrase, the role of the central bank is to lend freely against good collateral at a penalty rate by supplying the institution with ready liquidity when it's unavailable in the market. The central bank can theoretically stem the run. But in order for this to work, the threatened institution needs enough good collateral to cover its liquidity needs. History has shown us time and time again that what first looks like a liquidity crisis is oftentimes really the start of a solvency crisis. That's not actually all that surprising. One very good reason why sophisticated investors might be unwilling to supply liquidity is because they doubt that the borrower will actually be good for the money. All right, there you go. Update on the crypto markets. Got an email real quick from Wheelchair Dave, who said, Steve, sad to share this, but your fellow broadcaster Jim Bohannon was called home this past weekend. Yeah, just a week ago or thereabouts, may have been 2 weeks. We were talking about Jim Bohannon's retirement from his radio program. He handed off the program, kind of just like Larry King handed off his show to Jim Bohannon. Jim had a deep belief in God. So God rest his soul. 46 years in broadcasting, remembering Mr. Bohannon. He was obviously aware of the seriousness of his health issues, the fact that he had a numbered days left here on the earth, and thus handed over the program. Yeah, he did, and didn't realize he was in that dire of health because, yes, it's only been a couple of weeks since the announcement that he was handing the program over. Serious health issues. So, all right, prayers for the family of Jim Bohannon. Obviously a difficult time for them. All right, Heatwave, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Yeah, not a problem. Well, what have we been saying about electric vehicles? We don't have the grid.
Bingo.
How many of us out here don't have the college degree, but have the knowledge of hard knocks and the wisdom of, being out here to say, hey, we don't have it. All of a sudden now it's a revelation by the government. Hey, we don't have this. We need to start building now for the future. Well, duh. And how are you going to provide power? Solar's not going to do it 24/7.
Yep.
Wind power. I mean, we just went through California on I-10 there at the wind farm. I can't even think of Whitewater Rapids, whatever the hell that place is down there. I mean, not even a tenth of those big damn wind generators were working. And there was plenty of wind. Now, if California's hurting for power, why are only 1/10 of the total running? You would think if they're hurting that damn bad for electricity, all of them would be running. So, I mean, that's a farce. The solar, yes, it'll help, but it's not going to be, like what Giggles had said or AOC had said, well, we're just going to shift it from one place to another. Wherever there's sunlight, we'll shift it to where there ain't. Well, hello, McFly. It starts in the east and goes to the west. So I don't know how much juice you're going to be able to pan out. But, if it's dark in California, I don't think you got enough solar panels on the East Coast to take care of California. And I don't think California has enough resources to put that many solar panels to take care of the East Coast.
And what was it? It was just last week, 8 or 10 days ago. Remember Joe Biden made the comments about the coal. We're gonna get rid of the coal fired. What's left of the coal fired plants? Yeah, where are we going to generate the energy?
And you got me. I mean, we don't have any more nuclear facilities. So and they're not going to build anymore. All right. The natural gas facilities, well, they're just cutting the natural gas production. So, you can't get it from there. The coal, gone. The rivers are running dry.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. it don't take an educated man to figure this stuff out. We are in trouble. But, since we don't have the BS behind our names, or the masters, or the PhDs, we don't count. Well, let's see who they're going to be screaming at. And their idea of that one Bezos to distribute his money amongst the poor. Steve, ain't there something in the Bible that says give a man, or it may be a proverb, I don't know. Give a man a fish, he'll be able to eat that day. Teach a man to fish, and he'll be able to take care of himself. Well, it sounds like to me we're giving out a boatload of fishes, but we're not teaching these people how to fend for themselves and grow for themselves, to do for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess eventually we're going to be a socialist country, and we're going to be with the likes of Venezuela and Cuba and anywhere else that socialism has not worked, and all they're going to say is, well, we didn't throw enough money into it. Well, they've thrown way too much money into it. Now look at where we're at. I don't know, Steve. It really scares me, not just for my sake or our sakes, but for our children and grandchildren's sakes. Once we're gone, but they're going to have to live with the decisions made by the idiots of today. That scares me. Well, senor, I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good night. We'll holler at y'all tomorrow.
Safe travels as you head toward Albuquerque there. You mentioned the waterways are drying up. Yeah, the electric generation, the hydraulic power generation. Yeah, I've been talking, year and a half, 2 years now, as the levels of Lake Mead continues to drop. And I know they've had a little bit of rain out there, out west, and getting a first taste of snow, but are the water levels coming up at all? Have to do a little search there, see where we stand as far as Lake Mead and the power generation. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Would this be the bargain hunter?
It is there, Steve. I'm the guy that Sex Maniac was talking about. I think Jolly Green called it a couple weeks ago. I listened to you, probably you and your dad, for well over 10, 15 years, and then I left that company. And Sex Maniac was the one that told me you were back on, because I had a day job for past 9 years. Wind up going back to the LTL business and driving at night. Me and Sex Maniac was talking, and come find out you were back on the air. So I've been I downloaded you and started listening, and it's the first time I called you. Glad to see, find out that you were back on the air.
I remember him mentioning that. Yeah, I think Jolly Green told me. And it's like, so we've been back for a year. Hell, we're approaching January. I think 11th will be our 2-year anniversary back. But people still just finding out about us.
At that time.
Yeah.
Right. I was working during the day, and they're working at night, so I kind of lost contact of them. Then I started working nights, and then I just thought it was hilarious. The very first time I downloaded your show, and the replay's on, and Jolly Green's on.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God. Really?
How about that?
Because I haven't spoken to him for like 8 years.
Wow. Yeah.
But the reason why I called was about these electric vehicles. And my food for thought is, could you imagine the Gulf Coast, Florida, Texas, all these places, and a hurricane comes through? Where do they think they're even going to get the power to evacuate the tens of millions of people when they give evacuation orders to leave these states?
Good point. Yeah. I mean, you see,
these cars, from what I'm understanding, they only get, 300-400 miles before they got to be charged? Interstate 10 is going to look like, and even 75, it's going to look like the Walking Dead series where abandoned cars everywhere, people trying to get out of Florida. and
Very
can't
true.
even charge them.
Well, but with Ian here a few weeks ago, we witnessed the lines, the miles and miles of bumper-to-bumper traffic, 4, 5, 6 lanes wide. Yeah, how many of those vehicles would be running out of charge before they could get somewhere to charge?
And then how are they going to get the power to get back in? Because most of the time Florida's wiped out of power.
Yep.
And nobody's going to be able to charge their vehicles to get back home. It makes me wonder, are they really thinking about this, even mandating it by 2035, where Ford announced that's all they're going to build is electric? And I'm like, I just don't see it happening to where they can keep these vehicles charged.
Yep.
Well,
I would presume by talking to Jolly Green and Sex Maniac, I'm sure they've kind of told you about the Hot Shot Secret products. You know, the sponsor of the program. But they introduced you because I'm sure they told you get a first time caller code. I got your number down here. We're gonna get you text you a code number to go to hotshotsecret.com and you'll get $60 free merchandise for your first order there.
Okay, I appreciate that because I definitely use some of the boat where I winterize my boat. I do use some stuff there, and
well, they've got to get you introduced to the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator for your personal vehicle. It doesn't matter if it's gas or diesel because the Stiction Eliminator goes in the oil side. And then whichever you've got, they have a product, Gasoline Extreme or Diesel Extreme, respectively, for whatever kind of vehicle you drive. Just pick one of those. That would be my recommendation to start off with.
Okay, because I've never done that one before. So
okay.
That would be something to try out.
So we're going to be introducing you to something new there. Good deal.
Oh, okay. And I'll keep calling the show periodic and keep in there because I do enjoy listening to it, and I like I said, I'm really glad to see you back on. I cannot begin to tell you how many nights you kept me awake and your father kept me awake for many, many, many years. I'm just glad to see you back, or you've been on.
Good to be
glad
here.
To get you back on.
Glad to have you back as a listener. There you go. So, all right, welcome aboard. Welcome into the family, Bargain Hunter. Don't be a stranger. All right, about 24 past. I did a quick search on, because haven't heard things in a few weeks or maybe months. Well, where do things stand with Lake Mead out there that so many people rely on? Yeah, not only for drinking water, but for power. Yeah, a little opinion, please, from AZ Central there in Arizona. A single chart kind of sums up where Lake Mead is headed in 2023 and 2024 if we keep the status quo. And it is nowhere good. All right, because a single chart should be self-explanatory, but this one does require some background, she says. But it says a lot about where we're headed and the shifting goalposts on the way down. Lake Mead relies on inflow, mostly water released from the upstream Lake Powell. Until recently, Lake Mead typically would get at least 8.23 million acre-feet of water annually from Lake Powell, enough to cover the state of Maryland in more than a foot of water. Well, we started this year expecting to get a little less, 7.48 million acre-feet from Lake Powell, but the Federal Bureau of Reclamation, for the first time, trimmed that about mid-year to 7 million acre-feet because of how dangerously Lake Powell was to something they call minimum power pool. That's the point where water is too low to flow through the 8 hydroelectric turbines and instead must flow through 4 smaller tubes at the base of the dam. Tiny tubes in comparison that were never designed to flow millions of acre-feet of water, especially over time. If anything were to fail, which Bureau engineers are seriously worried about, it would vastly decrease the amount of water that could flow to Mead. And that would tank Mead in a heartbeat because significantly more water already flows out of Lake Mead to users than actually flows into it from upstream. Now, even the best case scenario isn't that good. If we want water to keep flowing out of Powell to Mead so it doesn't tank Mead, we may have to cut even more deeply how much water flows to Mead from Powell, which also could tank Mead. That brings us to the chart presented by the Arizona Reconsultation Committee, a meeting in which delegates discussed how the state should respond to this mess. The committee itself was actually created to help guide Arizona's response to the new operating guidelines for the Colorado River. This is going to be enacted in 2027. Anyway, so she goes through the charts. Within the worst case scenario, puts us what they call just above Deadpool. What happens if Mead only gets 5.5 million acre feet from Powell next year, 2023, plus a comparably better 6.5 million acre feet in 2024? The Deadpool level is where it would be headed, the point at which water could no longer flow past Hoover Dam. That's not good. No matter what, we're all going to be using less water. So not good models there. All right, we're at bottom of the hour, so we're going to get a news break coming up here. Plenty of room for you. It's a Tuesday morning. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Control of the U.S. House of Representatives hinged on Monday on several tight races that could secure a majority for Republicans following midterm elections that saw President Joe Biden's Democrats beat expectations and retain the Senate. U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping engaged in blunt talks over Taiwan and North Korea on Monday in a 3-hour meeting aimed at preventing strained U.S.-China ties from spilling into a new Cold War. Amid simmering differences on human rights, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and supported domestic industry, the two leaders pledged more frequent communications. Israel will not cooperate with any external investigation into the killing of Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, Defense Minister Benny Gantz said on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, once again, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, a couple of election updates here. Yeah, a week after Election Day. Isn't that something? The Fox News Decision Desk can project Democrat Secretary of State Katie Hobbs will be the next governor of Arizona, defeating the Republican candidate, former local news anchor Kari Lake. Now, it does say, per Arizona law, this race may very well go to a recount. Either way, though, Lake, the former TV news anchor who stepped down last year after 22 years with the Fox affiliate in Phoenix to run for governor, highlighting her common-sense conservatism. She centered her campaign on the issues of border security, homelessness, banning critical race theory in Arizona classrooms, support for school choice, and opposition to abortion. Hobbs, of course, the former social worker who later served in the State House in Arizona and the State Senate, elected Secretary of State in 2018, gained national attention defending Arizona's election result, one of a handful of states where now President Biden narrowly edged Donald Trump as the then president tried to change results. She stressed her support for protecting abortion rights during the campaign, also emphasized her plan to work with local law enforcement and border communities to beef up Arizona's border security with Mexico. Lake, of course, heavily criticized Hobbs for refusing to take part in a debate. Hobbs said that debating Lake would result in giving a platform to conspiracy theories. A platform, there you go. So, again, probably going to go to a recount for the Arizona governor. Meanwhile, what about the control of the House of Representatives? The news this past evening that Brandon Williams, a Republican who had the additional ballot line of the New York Conservative Party, was indeed triumphant in the Syracuse-based 22nd district that brought Republicans just one seat shy of that magical 218 they need for the majority. Observers on both sides agree with 15 House races yet to be decided. It is pretty much a foregone conclusion Republicans will have the majority that they worked so hard for. With vote counting almost finalized, the software company owner and retired U.S. naval officer Williams won by a margin of 50.75% to 49.25%. With the Democrats in Albany wielding the redistricting knife, the 22nd had been made into a more Democrat district, one that President Biden carried by 9 percentage points in 2020. Also, Williams was considered to the right of retiring Representative John Katko, who was kind of a moderate, one of the 10 House Republicans that voted for Trump's impeachment in 2021. Pro-life, pro-gun, and pro-Trump, Williams nonetheless managed to overcome the better-funded Canole by about 4,000 votes. So, again, depending on where you look, who you ask, Breitbart, the Breitbart news desk, their prediction this past day was the House makeup will be 219 Republican to 216 Democrat, I believe was the number. I thought I had printed that up, but, they're still saying there's 15 House seats yet to be determined, and there's plenty of them that are being led by Republicans at this point. Again, why it's taking so long, I don't know. But with that, let's get back to the calls. Hello, Horse Feathers. How's your week starting out?
Oh, not too bad, Your Honor. Yeah, it's kind of odd day yesterday there, so we kind of got started. You'd already started, and we were in and out and in, and sounded like you had a pretty good show rolling around up there until the loneliest hour. And by that time, I was more out than in. So,
okay.
So, anyways, that's where I was at yesterday.
Well, I did see the photographs of the propane hauler. Someone, I guess, shared that on maybe the fan page and said, "What kind of truck does Horse Feathers drive? I hope this ain't him," because that was the kind of truck you're driving, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Except for that guy had a big sleeper Kenworth that looked like there. So, anyways, if anybody has that type of accident in Maryland, just to let you know, they before they allow the wrecker services to upright your vehicle and carry it away, the Maryland Department of Environment there, they have to evacuate all the fluids from the vehicle because they want to make sure that the wrecker service doesn't cause any spill or nothing leaks out of your vehicle while they're in the process uprighting it. So they drill big holes in your fuel tanks and they suck out the fuel that's there and then they, evacuate the engine oil and the transmissions and the radiator. They evacuate all that fluid before they upright them normally. So the one thing that kind of confused me though was that they said that they weren't sure what they were going to do with the tank that supposedly had the propane in it. Now, the carrier that was running that load that tipped over there, they do both propane and butane. So I don't know what he was carrying for the direction he was going in. He could have had either product, depending on where he'd come from and what his destination was, because they do a lot of the butane that now goes into the winter blend of the gasoline. So that's part of it, but that's all carried under that 1075 placard there. It's either both propane and butane, both both run the same 1075 placard, so you can't just tell from the number there what product it is there, because they're both so similar there. They don't, you use the same one. So.
Okay.
But so anyways, they were saying that they weren't sure if they were going to be able to offload the trailer there on the scene, or if they have to move it off site to offload it, or flare it off. And I'm like, well, they're going to flare off, and they put 10,000 pounds down, but I believe that would have had probably 10,000 gallons, not 10,000 pounds, because propane is just over 4 pounds to the gallon. It's like 4.25 pounds to the gallon. So, I mean, unless they were saying that's the tank size, because the tank size is up there around 10,000, maybe 11,000. So maybe they meant the tank size. I don't know. These reporters there, they never, when they do their stories, they never make sure that their facts are straight or correct. They just take whatever, you know how it is. They just take whatever they think is news and, well, throw it out there, and that's what it is, because that's what we say, and you're supposed to believe it. But we haven't ever seen that in anything else there, have we?
No.
But yeah, anyways, so. But I guess they got it cleaned up through the day there, and I was watching the 6 o'clock news there, and they finally got the helicopter there, and the tank was gone, and they had the truck uprighted but not carried away yet. So I don't know if that was from earlier in the day that they were showing pictures from, or when about all that was. They didn't really elaborate very much, and they just said all westbound lanes of US 50 were open, But anyway, so nope, wasn't me. I was actually in Pennsylvania yesterday, so I had nothing to do with that. Didn't have any part of it, and wasn't involved. And so actually, somebody actually messaged me that picture on Facebook. So I guess I didn't even realize it until the middle of the day there myself. So, but
well, that's good.
So
news.
anyways, when I did hear there wasn't any injuries. From what I understand, the driver actually didn't want to have any medical attention, and apparently he was pretty much recommended or forced to go to the hospital or whatever with the ambulance. So I don't know what that was all about, but I didn't realize you could be forced to go somewhere you didn't want to in this country, but apparently you can. But anyways, you were saying there with these truck stops that, Did you say every truck stop was going to use the amount of electricity as a small town?
That's what that's pretty much what the study says. Small town, a town of about 10,000 people.
Okay. So how is all this going to work? Are we going to have are they going to have a universal plug on these things that, one plug does everybody, or is PACCAR going to have one plug, and Mack going to have a plug, and Volvo going to have a plug? Because right now, don't all these like Tesla and don't they have like proprietary?
I believe so. Yeah, I mean, if you've got a Tesla, I don't believe the plug for that works on a GM or a Chevy Volt or whatever they call them. Yeah.
Yeah. So are we going to have segregation in truck stops?
Yeah. Right.
The PACCARs come in and they park on the north side of the lot, and the Macks, they park on the east side, and the Volvos park on the west. And how are we going to get these people that I guess we don't have to worry about the truck drivers operating the plugging them in part, because all these vehicles are going to be autonomous, right? They're going to drive themselves into the truck stops.
Mm-hmm.
So we just need an attendant there to plug them in when they get there. Because I was going to say, because these truck drivers ain't smart enough to operate a diesel fuel nozzle in a fuel tank without busting something. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I go to a fuel stop and fuel dispensers are out of service because nozzles are broken and handles are broken and hoses are torn off the dispensers. I mean, can you imagine this quality of truck driver we have right now trying to use an electric cord? I mean, the electrocution rate of truck drivers is going to be sky high, Your Honor. I mean, they're going to have to have pallets of body bags at these places for the people that get electrocuted.
Remember, we had the study here a few months ago that like 1 in 5 of the chargers in California already for the electric cars, 1 in 5 are inoperable already in California.
There you go. So, but just imagine the quality of truck drivers we got going to be operating these things. You know, they started this stuff with that natural gas too, and you know, it kind of scared me. You know, having these truck drivers out there hooking up natural gas to their trucks, and I don't know. It's not that it's very difficult, but as I say, I mean, just look at what they do with the diesel fuel, and then compare what's going to happen with something else that's, you know, either more dangerous or more complicated. But anyways, I don't know. I probably picked on enough people already this morning. I better quit now while I'm still ahead, right? Maybe I'm not ahead. I don't know. So anyways, I guess we're just waiting for the impending White Death. I guess is supposed to be arriving here tonight, possibly. I don't know if we'll get it quite from Maryland or if we'll have to go north into Pennsylvania to find it. But
I don't see any winter. I don't see any winter weather advisories from Maryland yet. But yeah, eastern West Virginia, western Virginia, and right on up into South Central and on up into northeastern PA and much of New York. That might transition a little further to the east, though. You know how Mother Nature likes to work.
Yeah, they did say the Western Panhandle there, out there in the mountains of Maryland, there they were certainly expecting to have the snow out there, out 68 there, and that once you get out towards Cumberland and heading towards Morgantown, West Virginia, and all that, it's all supposed to be out there. So, anyways, I guess we'll sit back and wait and watch and see what you and the AccuWeather guys can dish out for us there, and let you go out and do. Hey, you know what time it is? You got your important thing to do here. Go look for an intelligent caller.
Yeah, we got to take care of a 2-minute timeout first of all. Yeah, and there's plenty of lines available at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, those winter weather advisories over there in West Virginia, and as he mentioned, westernmost Maryland, over toward Cumberland, as he said. I guess that kicks in at 10 o'clock this morning till the midnight hour Tuesday. A kind of a wintry mix will overspread the areas between 10 a.m. and 1 o'clock this morning into the afternoon. It'll change over to rain for most areas, but the rain will freeze on elevated surfaces for those above 1,000 feet. before coming to an end Tuesday night. So they're saying anywhere from a coating to up to maybe 2 inches of snowfall. And you'll see some ice accretion, anywhere from a trace to maybe 1/10 of an inch of the freezing rain thing there. Now let's head on down to the Weather Service office there in Baltimore, Washington, D.C. Pretty much the same wintry mix, total snow and sleet accumulation around 1 to 3 inches. Ice accumulation up to 1/10 to maybe even 1/4 of an inch. So the highest snow and ice accumulations most likely along and east of Kaiser's Ridge in Garrett County, along and west of the Allegheny Front in western Allegheny, as well as Grant and western Mineral counties there. So they're along the eastern seaboard. Yeah, a little touch of old man winter coming your way. It's kind of a heartwarming story. You know, the nature of people in the USA. A big-time comedian living in Los Angeles. Learning firsthand the selflessness and the communal spirit of those living in the Midwest. When his tour bus got stuck in the snow last week, and he had to rely on the kindness of strangers to help him out. Going back last Thursday morning, remember we had the whole blizzard thing going on in the Dakotas there. I'm not big up on the comedy scene. Bert Kreischer, is that his name? Bert Kreischer and his comedy tour crew rolling into Bismarck, North Dakota for a performance that was scheduled Thursday evening. However, that show was imperiled and ultimately had to be rescheduled after the tour bus got stuck in the blizzard there. But he took to social media to seek help from local residents. He says, "Hey, Bismarck, if you got a snowplow, I know you're probably using it right now, but we could use some help. Or just come on over and bring some schnapps. It's pretty blank and cold out here." The Bismarck community responded in spades. George Pale of Guthmiller and Son Dirt Works was actually plowing at the time near the state capitol when he got the call to assist Kirscher and his team. And when he showed up with his front-end loader, the comedian could barely contain his excitement. Well, they said, "You ask, man," kind of referencing the biblical quotation, "Ask, and thou shalt receive." This is what our country's all about, Kirscher continued. North Dakota showed the blank up. Anyway, Pell was glad to help and regretted only that he couldn't stay with the comedy group any longer, but there was work that had to be done. "I wish I could have had more time to visit with them, but I had to get back to moving the snow," as they were still plowing the snow on Friday morning. But he said, "I wasn't the only North Dakotan to answer the call. Several others showed up with shovels, plows, and yes, a few brought some liquor to save the bus and spread the cheer." But Kirscher made sure to share their faces and in some cases their names, some of the local businesses, Dan's Supermarket, to give credit to those who helped out and spread the word about the good people of North Dakota. This is what it's all about. All right, cheers to North Dakota. All right, he had another show, I guess, scheduled for the next evening as well. I think Friday show in Fargo was also postponed to sometime in February. But for those who had tickets to either show, Bismarck or Fargo, hold on to your tickets. They will be good for the rescheduled dates, they say. But yeah, people showing up to lend a helping hand. I thought that was heartwarming. All right, we got the Shawnee Big Boy is on the line. If you can hang in there, we got to get our news break just ahead here because we've only got about 90 seconds before we hit that. So we'll get to you right after the news break, top of the hour. And, of course, then lines wide open at 844-844-3388. Wow, is this what it's coming to in parts of the country? We know law enforcement having a very difficult time recruiting new officers. We were talking just last week about New York and several thousand retiring and whatnot. They're going to be well over 1,000 short. They can't find the recruits. In California, the Tehama County Sheriff's Office announcing that as of November 20th, 5 days from now, there will be no daytime patrols anywhere in the county. We don't have enough officers. Press release that the drastic decision is necessary as we manage a catastrophic staffing shortage throughout the agency. Over the past several years, the sheriff's office has had difficulties recruiting and, of course, retention of officers, which has been directly linked, they say, to pay disparities. A drastic rise in attrition, coupled with the inability to present some enticing recruitment efforts, have resulted in an unprecedented staffing shortage. Now, this is in Northern California. The county, population about 66,000, covers almost 3,000 square miles between Redding and Chico, California, which they're seeing a significantly higher crime rate than even the rest of the state. Long story short, no daytime patrols. They're going to be relying on State Patrol to help out for the daytime. They will be out patrolling at night. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. President Vladimir Zelensky triumphantly walked the streets of the newly liberated city of Kherson on Monday, hailing Russia's withdrawal as the beginning of the end of the war, but also acknowledging the heavy price Ukrainian troops are paying in their grinding effort to push back the invaders. The retaking of Kherson was one of Ukraine's biggest successes in the nearly 9-month-old war, dealing another stinging blow to the Kremlin. It could serve as a springboard for more advances into occupied territory. President Joe Biden called it a significant victory for Ukraine. A massive strike is unfolding on the 10 campuses of the University of California. The union, representing 48,000 teaching assistants, researchers, postdoctoral scholars, tutors, and graders, says the vast majority of them walked off the job Monday morning and joined the picket line. Strikers say they are being underpaid by tens of thousands of dollars and that meeting their demands would be a small fraction of the university system's annual budget. Aya Konishi is a teaching assistant at UCLA.
It's really powerful because it's not only a new experience for us to see this broad strike all across the UC system, it's also educating our undergraduate students about, our working conditions and, what we can achieve through collective power.
We now know what Amazon's Jeff Bezos plans on doing with his fortune.
Amazon founder Jeff Bezos says he plans to give away most of his $124 billion fortune throughout his lifetime. Bezos has been criticized for not signing the Giving Pledge, which was created by Warren Buffett and Bill Gates to encourage the richest people to give most of their wealth to charity. Amazon's executive chairman told CNN the hard part is figuring out how to give away his money in a, quote, levered way, unquote. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
6 airlines, Frontier being the only American-based company, have been ordered to pay as much as $622 million in refunds to U.S. passengers who had flights canceled and in some cases delayed for many hours. But other domestic carriers get significant complaints while steering passengers away from refunds, says Bill McGee, airline expert for American Economic Liberties Project. And considering how bad air travel could be this summer, McGee thinks flyers are due as much as $10 billion in refunds.
There were tens of thousands of flights that were scheduled and were put in reservation systems. And worst of all, the airlines collected money on, which is a form of deception, when they had reasonable doubt that they were going to be able to operate those flights. They put flights in reservation systems when they didn't have the pilots to fly them.
Doctors in New Mexico are sounding the alarm on kids facing a possible so-called triple-demic across the country. That's the threat of flu season together with RSV and COVID-19 cases. Doctors warn kids will be together in indoor spaces like school more often than not, as temperatures are getting colder, and that could spark a surge of respiratory viruses. Dr. John Peterson is a pediatric specialist in Albuquerque and has some advice for parents.
If your child is sick, keeping them home from school if they are able to. If you are having to go out into a public space, wearing a mask is an extremely smart thing to do.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right. Is this a sign of where the freight's going? We've been hearing from some different areas in trucking. We've been talking about, hey, the freight's slow. Well, maybe help fill me in here. FedEx Freight. The LTL arm of FedEx, largest LTL carrier, said over the weekend they will furlough an undetermined number of drivers starting early next month, early in December. The furloughs are scheduled to last about 90 days, during which time affected workers will continue to receive health benefits and will be allowed to file for unemployment in their respective states of residence. Some eligible employees will be offered permanent transfer opportunities to other markets that actually have hiring needs, they said. Now, this is expected to affect a small number of drivers. Not all facilities will be targeted, according to a FedEx Freight spokesperson. They said the furloughs will be voluntary because of our previous experience with furlough and with the incentives we're offering. We're expecting employees to volunteer to meet the business need. Now, the unit employs about 45,000 people. Not clear how many drivers it employs, but this action taken in response to slowing macroeconomic conditions that have impacted LTL demand in recent weeks, they say. The LTL segment, which has shown very strong growth coming out of the pandemic, has seen the volume levels off recently due to economic uncertainty caused by high inflation and recession concerns. Now, FedEx Freight has been the best performer of FedEx's 3 transport business units. The 2 larger units, FedEx Express and FedEx Ground, have been hurt by high costs and slower than expected demand. FedEx Freight, by contrast, is focused on profitable growth and has been willing to shed unprofitable tonnage to achieve that goal. I always share some of the numbers. In its fiscal 2023 first quarter, which ended October 31st, FedEx Freight's operating income increased 67%, driven by actions to improve shipment yields, as well as the positive impact of higher fuel surcharges. Of course, that means they're passing on their costs to the consumers, which, of course, leads to, inflation. We're paying more. But again, no solid numbers listed in the story there, so just kind of scratching my head wondering there. Shawnee, big boy. Hey there.
Steve.
Morning.
Hey. Good morning, Steve. I got 3 things for you. One thing, I've been running on solar power, so I hadn't had a chance to call you, but because there's been a couple of days I wanted to call you and realize that you're not on. I'm listening to the broadcast, the daytime cast. First thing I want to tell you about is I have a friend that works in corporate, Old Dominion, and I asked him if he's about furloughs, because I've been hearing some, things about LTLs and furloughs.
Yeah.
And they were saying Old Dominion is talking about furloughs also. So it definitely seemed, it's kind of scary out there. But number 2 thing I want to talk to you about is hopefully, the Senate, the Republicans lost the Senate, but one good thing, the name slipped, the senator for West Virginia, he got kind of screwed over on that law that, they had him, he signed and everything.
The Inflation Reduction Act, yeah, because they reneged on their promises to him, didn't they?
Right, and so hopefully he will help out the Republicans, plus maybe the Arizona senator too, or who knows. So hopefully it's not over yet. And the third thing I was going to talk to you about, that when I realized I was driving daytime, I was listening to Eagle and a couple other people talking about Trump. I'm sure there's, I've been doing this for about 40 years. 35 years ago, I used to do air freight, and I'm out of Atlanta, Georgia, and I used to do air freight up to New York, JFK. And you get up there, and the people up there in, New York, and especially in that area, they're always griping and complaining and F this and F that and fighting and fussing and stuff. And that's just the way they are. And I think that's the way Trump is. I mean, that's the way he was brought up in New York. And but I have friends that tell me that, because I was kind of wondering, why I asked them was, why do they fight all the time and cuss each other out and stuff? He said while they're working, they cuss each other out, they fight, they fuss, and everything else. But at the end of the shift, they're down at the pub drinking beer. And I think that's just the way Trump was brought up, and that's his tone. I don't like it. I wish he wouldn't do it as much as he does, but I think that's just the way Trump is, and it's hard for him to change. And because I had a dispatcher one time, she was from there, and she had 3 strikes, and they finally got fired, but she kept saying F this and F that, and people that knew her understood where she was coming from.
Mm-hmm.
But there was 2 other people that complained about it, and she was warned twice. Well, the third person that complained about it finally got her fired. But people up in New York, that's the way they are. And that I know of. And they were talking about DeSantis. I mean, I hope that either Trump or DeSantis, becomes the next president. I'm a anti-establishment conservative myself. I don't care if I'm a Republican or Democrat. I'm just tired of the establishment.
Yeah.
But I was watching on Newsmax a couple of days ago, and they were saying that Trump endorsed DeSantis when he became a governor.
Correct.
And they say they didn't do it, but supposedly DeSantis, according to the video I saw on Newsmax, DeSantis was trailing until Trump endorsed him. And then he won. And I hope that, between the next 2 years, there's going to be fussing and fighting and stuff like that. But, at the end, everything come together, I believe. I hope so anyway. It's just, we got to have something. There's got to be hope. There ain't no hope. We're screwed. But I just the other day I was listening to it during the daytime and I heard Eagle talking about it, and I said, don't give up hope. There's always hope. And I just hope, just let Trump announce that he's going to run for president or whatever he's going to do, and let the primaries go, and the people of the United States decide who's going to be the next president.
The nominee.
As far as the
Sure.
Republican side.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to get back with you. Like I said, I've been running daytime, and I hadn't had a chance to call, and a couple of times I wanted to call, but couldn't do it. But this week here, I got messed over, and I'm running nights this week, so I'll be able to listen to you live. So maybe I'll be able to call you back later on the week.
All right. Sounds like a plan. We'll look forward to that. Thank you so much, Shawnee, big boy. Have a good morning, and
all right, babe.
Be safe out there. All right, so the way things stand right now, all right, you got 50 Democrat senators. There's 49 Republican as we await the runoff election there in Georgia, to which, in the event that Raphael Warnock lands that Senate seat once again over Herschel Walker, Chuck Schumer was talking about that this past day. And, I mean, they're just chomping at the bit for that to happen. Now, remember, elections have consequences. For the most part, as far as legislation is concerned, most of it with Republicans controlling the House, which it looks like that's pretty much a foregone conclusion now, will be at a stalemate, again, legislatively. But you got to remember the Senate alone is the body that confirms the likes of federal judges and Supreme Court justices. And Chucky Schumer is chomping at the bit for Herschel Walker to lose. We would have 51 Democrats in the Senate instead of 50, which would make passing legislation easier. And here's the key: we can get nominees are progressive. They use that word, that term progressive. Liberal is the term. Liberal judges will be confirmed a whole lot faster. It's not a 1% thing to have a 51-50. It's very different. For one thing, anytime a judge or a nominee to the administration We've had a lot of good progressive liberal nominees that gets a vote out of committee that's 10-10, that's tied. It delays things for a week. You have to go to the floor. You have to get the time. You have to bring Kamala Harris there and do what's called a motion to discharge out of committee. If we have a 51, there will be no more motions to discharge. Appointees and judges will get appointed a whole lot quicker. And even with the 50-50 split, he said, we've had a great record with judges. We've set the record as of today. 83 new judges, 2/3 of them women, half of them people of color, and progressive judges. Not just partners in law firms and prosecutors, but legal aid attorneys and immigration lawyers and consumer advocates, things like that. So if we could get 51, that'll make it a whole lot easier. Second thing is, it gets different bills out of committee a whole lot easier. The second thing there. Third, we could have subpoena power. With 50-50, you can't really get subpoena power, so it means it's a lot easier to get things done. And one other thing, when you have 50 senators, obviously one senator can say, I'm not voting for it unless I get this or that. When it's 51, it's a lot harder to do, and that's obviously a direct shot at the likes of Joe Manchin or Kyrsten Sinema, who've held up a lot of Senate legislation, including, until Joe Manchin got on board, the actual Inflation Reduction Act, you recall. But, Joe got screwed on that deal. They got him on board with promises, and, come second thought, I don't think we're going to do that, Joe. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, in the coming days, we may get answers to a question that have been asked by many in recent years. All this move to autonomous, self-driving cars, autonomous technology. If an autonomous truck screws up and kills somebody, who do you sue? Is it man or a machine? Who do you go after? Tesla will play a major role in a manslaughter trial this week over a fatal crash that was caused by a vehicle that was operating on the autopilot. What could be a defining case for the self-driving car industry, they tell us. At the trial's heart is the question, who is legally responsible for a vehicle that can drive or partially drive itself? Kevin Aziz Raid is on trial for his role in a 2019 crash. Police say Raid exited a freeway in Southern California in a Tesla Model S, ran a red light, crashed into a Honda Civic, killing Gilberto Lopez and Maria Guadalupe Lopez. The autopilot system, which can control speed, braking, and steering, was engaged, they tell us, at the time of the crash that killed the couple. Couple that was on their first date, supposedly. Now, Tesla does not face charges in the case, but the trial could shape public perception and kind of act as a test case for whether this technology has advanced faster than legal standards, according to experts. Who is at fault, man or a machine? According to one professor at Georgetown University Law School, who specializes in the law governing self-driving cars, he says the state will have a hard time proving the guilt of the human driver because some parts of the task are being handled by Tesla. Now, his lawyer said that his client should not have been charged. Prosecutors arguing that Raid's speed and failure to brake were reckless in this case. But this trial, as the electric car maker faces growing scrutiny and criticism that the autopilot is making drivers inattentive, contributing to accidents and deaths around the country. Now, Elon Musk said Tesla is significantly more safe when used without the autopilot system. They tout this as just a step toward autonomous driving. Back in September, Musk said he believed the company had a moral obligation to roll out what he described as full self-driving software, even if it wasn't perfect. And Tesla faced lawsuits because doing so, he says, could actually save lives. But the system is facing ongoing scrutiny. It's been implicated in numerous collisions, some of which have been fatal. Federal regulators are right now investigating more than a dozen Tesla crashes into parked first responder vehicles, multiple injuries, one fatality there. The Justice Department is also investigating whether Tesla itself should face criminal charges over their self-driving claims. Experts have said it could pose a challenge to prosecutors in the California trial. The DOJ probe helps Raid because his claim is going to be, well, I was relying on their advertising. I was not aware that there was the risk there. Also, the criminal trial related to the crash, the family of Gilberto Lopez is actually suing Tesla in a trial that's scheduled for next July. Like I said, we'll be learning some things in the coming days and weeks. Is it man or a machine that is responsible? Hello, 5-7.
It's got to have that meat in the seat. Somebody's going to jail. Okay. Progressivism. Strader University has clips that explain that progressive is it's fairly simple. And I'll put it in my simple way of putting it. And for our atheist folk out there, go ahead and open up your crayon box, pull out your dark crayon. Now I'll explain it. All right, the Constitution is a breathing document, according to them. It can be changed during certain situations. Well, right now, the church is a direct, challenge to what's going on. So let's say you can scribble out, the right to bear arms, freedom of speech, and for that one over. The government shall make no law for establishing a really. You can scroll that down. That is, like I said, they can flip that one around and says, church, keep your head down. But that actually means the government should keep their hands off of the faith, because the next line says the government shall make no law inhibiting the practice. Well, scribble that one out. I'll go right back to the top at our inalienable rights. I scribble that and go ahead with the by the Creator. All right, now it isn't God for our atheist friends out there. It's going to be man. That will give you your rights, or maybe not. So that's what progressivism, and I try to get that in your head when you hear somebody say progressive, and it pretty well, you know where they're coming from.
Well, like I said, when I hear the word progressive, I hear hard left liberal.
Yes. Our founding fathers did a great job, and after they got declared independence, they called in a chaplain that God would pray to God that this endeavor would be successful. Probably the only time on the planet that any country was started with prayer. And finally, Heatwave answered him on. He said, feed a man a fish, and he'll eat for a day.
Right.
Teach him to fish. He'll eat for life. Not me, because I don't like fish. I'll go ahead and fish for a hunter, and I'll trade my fish for some venison, because with my military record, you don't want me out in the woods shooting at anything. But what's even more so is, and this is, I'm going on what I was preached at and was taught, work there. In that day in Israel, they would hire gleaners. They'd come through a landowner. They'd glean the fields. But where there was always something left behind. Well, that's where the poor and the people, like widows, they didn't have men in their family to go out and provide for them. They would come along with the widows and their family and their children, and they would come behind and actually gather up what the pickers left behind, which is also referred to in I believe it's Esther. Boaz told this. The name's coming to.
Yeah. Okay. Well, news break. It's bottom of the hour, so we'll take care of that and come back with more of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Control of the U.S. House of Representatives hinged on Monday on several tight races that could secure a majority for Republicans following midterm elections, having won 212 seats compared to Democrats' 206, with 218 needed for a majority. But the final outcome might not be known for days as officials continue counting ballots nearly a week after Americans went to the polls. Wall Street's main indexes ended lower on Monday, with real estate and discretionary sectors leading broad declines as investors digested comments from U.S. Federal Reserve officials about plans for interest rate hikes. The National Basketball Association has been sued by 3 longtime referees who said the league fired them this year after they refused to be vaccinated against COVID-19 over religious objections. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, if you weren't ready for old man winter, and especially the northern states, sorry about your luck. As wintry conditions are here to stay, they tell us. As not one, not two, but 3 rounds of snow will be taking aim for parts of the Great Lakes and the Northeast. In the coming week. Now, we've seen that rush of colder air sweep through the eastern half of the country. Starting late last week, Cleveland, Ohio, just steadily fell. Last week into the weekend, you had 70 degrees on Thursday. By Sunday, you were only into the upper 30s. And, of course, over the weekend, that cold air made its way all the way to the eastern seaboard after highs in the lower 70s Saturday. Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., struggled to get into the 50s by Sunday. 20-degree temperature swing meant these cities went from well above normal to below normal in the matter of 1 day's time. Philadelphia didn't even get into the 50s this past day. You had a high of 47 on Monday. Now, the cold air, that sets the stage for snow as a pair of storms will create a wintry scene in the Great Lakes in the interior Northeast. We already saw that starting on Monday there in Minnesota. As I mentioned, on and off snow conditions were part of the deal. 322 vehicle accidents between 6 and 11 a.m., according to the State Patrol there. A later incident, a collision between a school bus and another vehicle, left 1 dead. about 4 o'clock this past afternoon. Yeah, the same storm producing snow across the plains Monday is shifting eastward today. It's going to bring a swath of accumulating snow from Michigan and parts of Indiana all the way up into Maine. Snow forecast to begin across parts of Michigan and northern, maybe central Ohio later this morning, reaching Pennsylvania by afternoon, spreading northward into New England through Wednesday. Now, in more of the southerly locations, it starts off as rain, then begins to mix and change over to snow. But a widespread swath, 1 to 3 inches from Michigan and northern Pennsylvania up to southern Quebec and Maine. So Grand Rapids, Michigan, Syracuse, New York, Bangor, Maine. Higher snowfall totals expected in northern New England, where the coldest air is going to settle in. Also downwind of the Great Lakes. Winter weather advisories are already issued in much of central and northern Pennsylvania, a large swath of New York, parts of Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Vermont. We're going to be looking for 6 to 12 inches of snow in northern Vermont to northern New Hampshire into central Maine. Could be looking at up to 16-inch possibility by the time the snow winds down late Wednesday night. So obviously, roadways through the higher terrain, snow-packed and slippery. Locations along the I-95 corridor probably going to see a warmer day Wednesday with temperatures into the mid-50s. For some, before temperatures return to the 40s from Baltimore to Boston on Thursday. We will watch for a reinforcing blast of cold air Thursday into the Northeast Friday. Chilly air bringing December-like conditions for the second half of the week. But, it's going to feel more like the dead of winter. All right, lake effect snows. Yes, snow squalls are going to be developing. Quick accumulations may occur as these squalls bring sudden drops in visibility. So be prepared. Be aware of the squalls and the dangerous road conditions, especially early in the season when, as I mentioned, you don't have the road treatments already down. Things can get really slippery with just a slight amount of precipitation. Now, in areas hit by the constant squalls, it's possible over a foot of snow piles up by the end of the day Friday. One of those areas is Pennsylvania, where the Pennsylvania DOT have deemed this week Snow Squall Awareness Week. These waves of wintry weather may not end later this week. Another push of cold air over the Great Lakes may very well bring another round of lake effect snow in time for the weekend, after which additional waves of cold will allow for more rounds of snow to pile up in the same areas, receiving snow earlier in the week. Old man winter going to be sticking around for the northern tier of the country, and I'm not ready for that. All right, 5-7, welcome back.
And the reason why everybody hates me. Meanwhile, in South Carolina, okay, here we go. Hey, I still ain't been able to sing my favorite song, all through summer, when the weather, is up in the 80s and the 90s, they still won't let me sing, the weather outside is frightful, So, I guess the point is they don't want me to sing it at all. Back to the point, work there. It goes back to that time where, the gleaners would leave the field and the poor people would come in, the widows, and even their children, they'd be gleaning up, which helps teach your children to work. So when they get old enough, they'll be part of the gleaning crew. But I think it was Boaz left, he told his gleaners to leave a little extra. So that's evidence that it was happening. It's this thing. Now, I'm not one to tell anybody. I won't tell a trucker how to drive, and I won't tell a rich man how to spend his money. But I would love to see him, fund the St. Jude's and the Shriners, because we see them all the time. How about the DAV or the Wounded Warrior Project? All of these will turn, it's just not handing somebody some food, putting it in their mouth. It might be buying a computer, or it might be buying a hand or an arm like Monkey Gouger. It might be helping people that are, again, not something they did, but a birth defect or a battle wound that would help them get back into society. But my goodness, I pray you don't find out he refunds the Clinton Foundation. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
But enjoying the call and enjoying the call-ins there. This is 5-7. We're going to sit back and copy the mail. How about it?
There you go. And then there was the video I watched yesterday. Guy sitting out like in the McDonald's parking lot, got his sign up, wanting money. And this guy comes out and actually bought him a cheeseburger, hands him the cheeseburger, and starts to walk away. And the dude sitting there with the sign literally throws the cheeseburger at him. Like, you didn't want food. I want money. I guess he wasn't really hungry. Yeah, that's what really disturbs a lot of people, you know? It's like, hey, Sylvester on board this morning. It's been a while. Hey, folks, I hope all is well with everyone. Over here in Australia, it's mid-spring. It's rather wet, 70 degrees, and mostly cloudy. Yeah, we're going into old man winter. I'm looking at 34 degrees out the secret bunker here, Sylvester. He says, I sure hope my friends and family in Georgia vote right and stop the Democrats. Yes, we can only hope. But if 2020 is any sign of what may be coming, remember that's the Senate control came down to not one, but you had two runoff elections in Georgia. Yeah, both of which ended up going to the Democrats, giving them the 50-50 split in 2020. And here we are today. Democrats already have their 50 and could very well have their 51, as I was just talking about there. All right, good to have you on board there. It is 844-844-3388. As far as helping people out, I had the story from Landline this past day, from July 1 through August 30th. If you were stopping to Travel Centers of America, they had the Roundup campaign, as they call it. And TA, the guests of TA, contributed about $101,000 to the St. Christopher Trucker Relief Fund. Professional drivers are America's heroes. We're proud to support the St. Christopher Fund in their mission to help those individuals during times of hardship, according to the CEO of TA. So we thank our guests for their tremendous generosity and our team members for championing this initiative. Roundup, the Roundup campaign. It's when you're going to make a purchase, and if it's going to be $5.48, you can just round that up to $6. So you round it up to the next buck, right? Since 2010, TA has raised nearly $3 million in contributions to the St. Christopher Fund, the nonprofit that helps professional drivers and their families when an illness or injury forces them out of work. And one other tidbit as far as Travel Centers of America. Right on the heels, they just announced, we just got the 2022 winners of their annual Citizen Driver Awards. They honored two drivers this year. I guess they've announced nominations for the 2023 Citizen Driver Award are already being accepted. You've got the online form to nominate a driver for the 2023 award that's available right now on the TA website, Travel Centers of America. Of course, TA and Petro stopping centers around the country. There you go. So you got someone you'd like to nominate, you can do that already. Philip's on board in Florida. Morning, Philip.
Morning, Steve. How you doing today?
Doing well. What's happening there in the Sunshine State? I got some of your photos of the flooding there, thanks to Nicole.
Yeah, that's down the street from my house. That's about 30 inches of rain. We had about 20 with Ian, and then we had about close to 10 with Nicole. So that's about 30 inches of rain. You see in that one picture, there was a 2-story house, Steve. That is a testament of why people shouldn't be building in certain places. They built that house about 2 years ago, and we all said when we saw it, everybody in the neighborhood, that thing's going to flood. I mean, we knew it right on being on the retention area right off of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, literally, if you walk out the garage, the top of the garage, the roadway for you to get up on is about 3 foot above you. So, I mean, the driveway is like a heck of a hill to get down to the house. And it's sitting in kind of like the gully. And it's a mess. I tell you what, and that whole string of houses right in there off of that retention area. There's one picture I sent you that you can look in the picture. If you zoom in, you'll see a guy's got a white Ford pickup in the back of his yard. That pickup truck, before Nicole was sitting on 2 feet of water, still had 2 feet of water on it. Now it's all the way up to the bed, up into the wheel.
Yep.
So that truck's been sitting in water for about almost 8 weeks now. So it's pretty crazy stuff. I thought I'd send you those pictures. My wife and my daughter went out for a walk and took them the other day. So, but yeah, we're making out okay down here. Are you excited about the launch later today?
I mentioned that in the first hour. Yeah, I mean, if all goes according to plan, I'm going to try to maybe carry the live feed. I mean, it's slated for a little after 1 o'clock Wednesday morning.
Yeah, I'm going to try to wake up early, and my wife does too. We want to see it go off, see what happens, and hopefully they can get it off. Yesterday they were having some problems with, you know what RTV sealant is, Steve? You ever used that before?
Yeah, it's the caulking, they said, around the Orion capsule. That's what they're, so they're concerned some of that might fall off that could cause some heating issues.
Yeah, they have some issues about it. They don't, since they had that Columbia accident with stuff falling off of those rockets and stuff, they're really being very cautious about it. But they redid it, and they're more worried about it drying too. That was another thing. They wanted to make sure that it would dry up okay. And that was mainly the only concern they had about it, to be quite honest. My concern with that rocket is the foam off of that big old tank. The orange that's on the outside of the tank is actually foam, and that can be nasty stuff. So, but we'll see how she goes. Hopefully they get her off. They need to, because I tell you what, they spent a ton of money on that rocket. That's a lot of money in that one invested into that. So, but what'd you say the temperature was up there, Steve? You said 34?
34 at this moment, yes, sir.
Yeah, right now I'm at about 66 down here.
It must be nice.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's nice. It was nice yesterday not to have any rain. I mean, we've had rain for a while, with that storm and whatnot. But I tell you what, it was nice not to have any rain. But it's got kind of a nip in the air down here. You can tell it's more fallish, like. And also, there was supposed to be, I don't know, you can tell me more, there was supposed to be a front moving down through us into the night tonight. Do you know anything about that?
I mean, I know there's some cooler air coming in. I mean, it's going to be chilly all the way down to, like, Mobile. I don't know how cold you're going to get there. I mean, you got a lot of rain kind of coming your way, actually.
Yeah, they said there was a line that was supposed to be running down, like, tonight into tomorrow. So we'll see how that plays out. Hopefully it don't affect the launch. I don't think it will, but hopefully it doesn't. But we'll see if they can get her off and stuff. And other than that, buddy, that's all I got for the day. You guys have a good one. I hope everybody has a safe one out there. And I want to say hi to my friend, Mr. Rick Friend. So y'all have a good one. Thank you, buddy.
Rick Friend there in Columbus, Ohio. Yeah. Well, the front you're talking about. All right. So you weren't talking about cold. You're talking about the rain. I get you. Yeah. Right now the rain line extends from, say, just west of, from Chattanooga to Atlanta, all the way down off the Gulf Coast. A lot of rain, and it's all heading, it's already over into the western Florida panhandle. I don't know how quick that's going to move through. Maybe it'll be out of there 24 hours from now. I have to wait and see. But, Yeah, it is a rainy night. Western Kentucky, again, from Nashville to Chattanooga, rain all the way back to Tupelo, Mississippi. A lot of rain in Alabama, especially the southern half of the state. And you're locked in with rain from Jackson, Mississippi, down to just east of New Orleans at this hour. Old Rambler probably playing in a little bit of rain tonight. All right, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I pulled up quickly the NASA website, which says weather conditions are like 90% favorable for the Artemis launch based on the Monday forecast from meteorologists with the U.S. Space Force Special Launch Delta 45. Liftoff scheduled for 1:04 a.m. Eastern on Wednesday morning. There is a 2-hour launch window there. So, we'll see. We'll see if they got the issues resolved with the fueling process. That's been the problem the last couple of attempts. The liquid, liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen. Hey, are you looking for a job? If you drive a truck, apparently there's a whole bunch of you that are. According to a People Data Analytics survey, more than 40% of survey respondents indicated they're looking for a truck driving job. Now, this is truck drivers looking for another truck driving job. It's a 3% increase from the spring of this year, a 6% increase from a year ago. When it comes to looking for a new job, sign-on bonuses appear to work. More than half of survey respondents said a sign-on bonus would make them more likely to choose to drive for a carrier. About 40% said it doesn't matter. Being home is important to drivers. Nearly 40% said they would need home time at least weekly when considering driving for a carrier. Only 13% indicated they would only consider jobs that brought them home daily. 14% indicated they need to be home on a monthly basis. Drivers are reading the reviews when looking for a new job. Nearly 90% indicated that they either read the reviews or look at the star ratings in addition to reading the reviews. Of those that indicated they're not looking for a new job, 60% said they're happy with their current company. 1 in 5 said, I need more experience. And less than 5% indicated they're an owner-operator. People Data Analytics warned that those not looking for a job could actually still be a turnover risk. As the economy weakens, turnover is going to spike initially unless carriers are identifying drivers who are getting low miles and address this with them personally. Yeah, drivers, they say, are not blaming carriers for delays. When asked if you've ever left a driving job due to shipper issues or delays, nearly 3/4 of respondents indicated they have not. However, 3/4 of drivers also indicated they expect carriers to fix any issues or delays at a shipper or consignee. When drivers do leave a carrier, it's usually not the result of a single issue. More than half of respondents said that they left the carrier because of multiple issues. A mere 12% that said they had resigned from a position, said they resigned from a carrier due to one individual issue. But a lot of drivers, that's the whole driver churning thing, right? Is it a driver shortage or just so many drivers moving from company A to company B? The age-old question. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marussa reporting. President Vladimir Zelensky triumphantly walked the streets of the newly liberated city of Kherson on Monday, hailing Russia's withdrawal as the beginning of the end of the war, but also acknowledging the heavy price Ukrainian troops are paying in their grinding effort to push back the invaders. The retaking of Kherson was one of Ukraine's biggest successes in the nearly 9-month-old war, dealing another stinging blow to the Kremlin. It could serve as a springboard for more advances into occupied territory. President Joe Biden called it a significant victory for Ukraine. A massive strike is unfolding on the 10 campuses of the University of California. The union, representing 48,000 teaching assistants, researchers, postdoctoral scholars, tutors, and graders, says the vast majority of them walked off the job Monday morning and joined the picket line. Strikers say they are being underpaid by tens of thousands of dollars and that meeting their demands would be a small fraction of the university system's annual budget. Aya Konishi is a teaching assistant at UCLA.
It's really powerful because it's not only a new experience for us to see this broad strike all across the UC system, it's also educating our undergraduate students about, our working conditions and, what we can achieve through collective power.
We now know what Amazon's Jeff Bezos plans on doing with his fortune.
Amazon founder Jeff Bezos says he plans to give away most of his $124 billion fortune throughout his lifetime. Bezos has been criticized for not signing the Giving Pledge, which was created by Warren Buffett and Bill Gates to encourage the richest people to give most of their wealth to charity. Amazon's executive chairman told CNN the hard part is figuring out how to give away his money in a, quote, levered way, unquote. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
6 airlines, Frontier being the only American-based company, have been ordered to pay as much as $622 million in refunds to U.S. passengers who had flights canceled and in some cases delayed for many hours. But other domestic carriers get significant complaints while steering passengers away from refunds, says Bill McGee, airline expert for American Economic Liberties Project. And considering how bad air travel could be this summer, McGee thinks flyers are due as much as $10 billion in refunds.
There were tens of thousands of flights that were scheduled and were put in reservation systems. And worst of all, the airlines collected money on, which is a form of deception, when they had reasonable doubt that they were going to be able to operate those flights. They put flights in reservation systems when they didn't have the pilots to fly them.
Doctors in New Mexico are sounding the alarm on kids facing a possible so-called triple-demic across the country. That's the threat of flu season together with RSV and COVID-19 cases. Doctors warn kids will be together in indoor spaces like school more often than not, as temperatures are getting colder, and that could spark a surge of respiratory viruses. Dr. John Peterson is a pediatric specialist in Albuquerque and has some advice for parents.
If your child is sick, keeping them home from school if they are able to. If you are having to go out into a public space, wearing a mask is an extremely smart thing to do.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Marusso.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Welcome back. That's the way we do it as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. There you go. Got the hard part behind you. Made it to a Monday. Everybody's settled in. All right, safe travels out there. Coming up later this morning, couple hours from now, when we close things out on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Stick around. Or flip over to tncradio.live. Got our update from Tom Kelly there in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center, Houston. Monday evenings, are Mind, Body, and Soul on tncradio.live. Catch the replays later this morning. tncradio.live's website or the app. First up, it's Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. Now, that program presented live on Monday evenings, and if you missed it, you can catch it later this morning. After which, it's Hopes Vera and Mother Trucker Yoga. Talking about better health with the Driver Life podcast. Okay, Mother Trucker Yoga. Finally, don't miss our friends from TFC Global, helping drivers navigate life's highway on the trucker's life. All right, drivers, everybody stay safe, stay healthy out there on the roadways. Hey, if you weren't with us Monday morning, back last Friday, Veterans Day, of course, we'd had the ongoing contest via Hot Shot Secret through the website with our friends at Battle Scarred Motorsports, where Hot Shot Secret had made the $5,000 donation, $1,000 of which was to, I guess, sponsor a driver for the Battle Scarred Motorsports race that's coming up this upcoming weekend, as a matter of fact. So congratulations to Brandon Wood on Veterans Day when they pulled the winner out of the hat. He spent nearly 13 years in the U.S. Air Force as an EOD tech. Brandon served 3 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, unfortunately forced to retire because of a back injury. But there you go. Brandon won the opportunity to race at the NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana, right there on the outskirts of New Orleans, and what they call the Big Easy Enduro race at NOLA. Yeah, this is an 8-plus 7-hour Champ Car Endurance Series race coming up this weekend, November 18th, 19th, and 20th. So again, congratulations to Brandon Wood. I hope you enjoy your time there, where you get an opportunity to meet up with other fellow veterans with Battle Scarred Motorsports. So just one of the many great causes that Chris Kabelchik likes to sponsor for our veterans out there. There you go. Speaking of veterans, hey there, Pappy. How's your week starting out?
What's going on, Steve? It's going okay, I guess. Hey, fellow EOD tech.
Yes.
Right on, brother.
How about that?
Right on. Good luck to him. Well, it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow, Steve. 2 things. Yeah, I'm at the 15th for Trump's little announcement. And I forgot about the rocket launch, possibly, until you reminded me. So I'm really looking forward to that. So, man, that would be cool if you're able to give us the play-by-play when that thing's getting ready to take off. That's tomorrow night, right?
Yes. Launch window opens up at 1:04 a.m. So I'll have it pulled up through the NASA website or whatever, and try to maybe bring the live feed as the countdown. I mean, if they do run into delays or whatever, we could break away for a little bit and then it's kind of go back and forth to the countdown as it gets ready to go.
Right. Man, it'd be cool if you could take the camera up there on the wall and point it at the screen. You could actually see it live.
Yeah.
As you're narrating, Just a thought. Hey, man, I don't know what Trump's going to do. My guess is, Steve, with all the talk coming out of his mouth, that he's going to run. He's going to announce he's going to run. Or he's going to announce that he's going to make another announcement that he's going to have. Just to keep the suspense going, I don't know.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know, Steve. I'm kind of like you, man. I don't know what to think about all this. We have to remember, we have to go back, right, into these stored brain cells we got, if we got any left. And remember why he won in 2016. You go back to the primaries, you go back to the debates and all that. Steve, everybody was fed up with politicians. Just fed up. And that's why he won, And when you go back to the debates, man, and some of his answers and some of the things he said, I know one of the callers the other night was like, man, he's not professional and respectful, but you know what? People were tired of it, Steve, and some of his comebacks was like, it's about time we hear somebody say some of the things he was saying.
Yeah. Well, it's the whole establishment thing, and the establishment politicians. I mean, here we are right now back in the debate about, are they going to put Mitch McConnell back in charge as the minority? And now they're talking to, should it be Kevin McCarthy, taking the gavel from Nancy Pelosi on the House side? And, the establishments.
We need to swamp drain, like you said originally, Steve, and I think most conservatives or mega supporters would agree with that. And man, I'm just not sure if anybody else can do it, Steve, or is willing to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I mean, DeSantis, he's a politician. If he does run and if he does beat Trump, if he runs again in the primary, whoever wins the primary, if it's not Trump, are they going to be willing to do what needs to be done? We got to straighten out all of D.C. We got to disband some departments like the FBI. It needs to be revamped, Steve.
Yeah.
Department of Justice, Homeland Security, all this.
I think
that's coming
I think
from me,
DeSantis
Steve.
would be I think he'd do a good job as far as, leading the country, governing, based on the fact of how he handled things with the COVID, all right, the lockdowns and all that. He's adamantly against all this critical race theory stuff being forced into the schools. I mean, a lot of things that I think on a federal level, national level, would be great for the country. But as far as, to the question of, is he going to do anything to drain the swamp or, shut down the establishment as we know it, I don't see that he would do that.
Right. Well, and everything you just pointed out is the reason why he won as big as he did in Florida.
Yes.
And, won big, Steve. Big. So that's probably because of the Hispanic vote down there, all switching over to the conservative way of thinking. Steve, do you remember about a year ago when I made the comments back when the border was, really in high discussion on your show? And I said, wouldn't it be something if this backfired on these liberals and these open border theorists, if this would backfire on them? And man, I'm telling you what, it seems like it is. I mean, it's not helping us with the border being open, and obviously the people coming across are not voting that we know of, but the Hispanic Americans that have citizenship here see what's going on, Steve.
Yep.
And yeah, man, I don't know. It's going to be an interesting 2 years. That's for daggone sure.
Never a dull moment.
Man. So I guess we'll find out, tomorrow, hopefully, one way or another, what he's going to do. There was some chatter going around that, not a good idea for him to announce right now, and I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I mean, everything I've heard is that he's been wanting to announce and been holding on. I mean, they've been trying to stifle him for the last several months because they didn't want him kind of, having any interference in the midterm election. That's why he gave it 1 week after the midterms to let all that. I guess the counting will almost be done by the time he makes his announcement. What the hell?
All right. Crazy, ain't it?
Yeah. Well, how about that? How about that money laundering machine, FTX, Ukraine? What the?
Steve, nothing but a massive money laundering machine going out of D.C. That's why, man, we got to do something. Could you imagine if this more than $40 billion that's being sent to Ukraine, right? If some of our taxpayers' money was going to some of this,
Hey, Charles, 30 minutes.
we know what's happening before the war.
Yep. And this Bankman-Fried guy, I believe, if my memory serves, I shared last. I believe he made $300 million in donations for various Democrats around the country. Biden alone got, what was it, $5.2 million from the guy?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Just, amazing, man. We all support Ukraine in their endeavors. We don't want them to lose their country, but then again, at what cost to us? We gave them our missiles, right? Our javelins. How are we going to defend ourselves now? At what cost do we have to stand back and say enough is enough?
Yeah.
Hey,
and I hadn't even brought it up this morning. The fact that Biden meets mano a mano with Xi Jinping, the Chinese leader, And apparently, according to the records, no mention, no discussion whatsoever of COVID, and no discussion whatsoever of the fentanyl that's coming from China, going to Mexico, and flooding into our country. No mention of that.
Of course not, Steve. Probably no mention of Taiwan neither. Man, Steve, we talked about, his people got him by the back pocket there,
Yeah.
We've talked about it over and over. There ain't no sense I'll keep talking about it, but they got him over a barrel here. He's not going to do anything. No.
Hey, somebody came up with
Rough the waters.
New campaign slogan I saw, a little meme on Facebook. It says, Biden Fetterman 2024. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
That is good, man.
Yeah, that's the punchline.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right, my man. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. And, man, I really hope that launch goes off tomorrow night. That'd be cool. Looking forward to that, man. So. All right, my man. Yeah, it's Steve. I had to put the long johns on tonight, man.
Yeah, I got 2 layers on. I got the warming shirt underneath the sweater here. It's that time of year. All right, Pappy, thank you so much. Good to hear from you. 22 past the hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, for soccer fans, I guess it all gets underway next weekend. You know, the big event, as big as it gets. It's called the World Cup, right? Of course, we call it soccer. Other side of the world, they call it football, right? Football. But the World Cup is going to be in Qatar this year, the Middle East country. Qatar, whichever you want to pronounce it. And if you're headed to the World Cup, you're being advised you will face prison time if you try to bring pork or porn or sex toys into Qatar. Don't forget now, we've got that the WNBA chick, what's her name, Griner or whatever, she's sitting in a prison in Russia right now for taking the THC vape or whatever there into Russia. These countries, Yeah, they're not messing around. When you come in, you better be ready to abide by their rules. The government's official website has made clear to travelers how strict the country's rules are. And we're less than a week to go before the games get underway. Now, England and Wales fans from those countries are going to be traveling by the thousands into Qatar this week. As the build-up to the games begin, they're saying about 4,000 Three Lions fans and 3,000 supporters of the Dragons, these various soccer teams, are going to be present alongside thousands of other soccer followers from around the world. Qatar has spent the last year preparing for this huge influx of fans, and the World Cup promises to be like no other, with strict laws governing the country that could come as a shock to some people. Don't be trying to sneak any little bottles of vodka or tequila, whatever, alcohol at all. The UK government has updated their foreign advice page, giving travelers all the info they need. The list of banned items that will put you in prison if you try to bring it into the country for the games. As I said, alcohol, sex toys, pornography, pork. I mean, think of all the people that have the smartphone, your little smartphone, but you've got, little links and pages that may take to porn sites. Better be checking through your photos and deleting anything that would be considered pornography, because I guarantee they'll pick up your phone and say, oh, what is this? Brits are also reminded about the drinking laws in the country. Fans are only allowed to drink in designated areas. Travelers are warned about offensive public behavior, which could put you in jail, get you in trouble. Do not be swearing. Don't be flipping the bird or making rude gestures. Those are considered obscene acts. You can be jailed and or deported. Take particular care when dealing with the police or other officials, they say. They also make reference to the way couples should behave in public. No intimacy in public between men and women, including teenagers. You can be arrested. Guess you're not supposed to be out there holding hands or maybe just a hug and a kiss in public. That'll get you in jail. Yeah, they're also reminded of their expectation for clothing in public. You should dress modestly when in public, including while driving. Women must cover their shoulders and avoid wearing short skirts. Both men and women are advised not to wear shorts or sleeveless tops when going to government buildings, healthcare facilities, or malls. Controversy has followed Qatar since they were actually awarded the rights to host the World Cup this year. I mean, because they've got a record of human rights violations. Wow.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. Control of the U.S. House of Representatives hinged on Monday on several tight races that could secure a majority for Republicans following midterm elections, having won 212 seats compared to Democrats' 206, with 218 needed for a majority. But the final outcome might not be known for days as officials continue counting ballots nearly a week after Americans went to the polls. Wall Street's main indexes ended lower on Monday, with real estate and discretionary sectors leading broad declines as investors digested comments from U.S. Federal Reserve officials about plans for interest rate hikes. The National Basketball Association has been sued by 3 longtime referees who said the league fired them this year after they refused to be vaccinated against COVID-19 over religious objections. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com. The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I was trying to find the story. I don't think I had printed that up. Yeah, I mentioned there with Pappy a moment ago that Biden and Xi Jinping, I guess, first face-to-face meeting in like 5 years. We're going back to when Joe Biden was vice president and met with Xi Jinping several times. Don't know how many, but yet no discussion whatsoever of the coronavirus, the pandemic. Odd that they wouldn't even, no mention of it whatsoever. But, yeah, the story I was looking for, saw this past day that, China continues to do this zero COVID policy. If you have a case, they're putting whole cities on lockdown. They're still doing that crap after all this time. And now they're saying, how many times have I said, you can lock people down and it'll slow the spread, or remember when we were looking to flatten the curve, that kind of thing. But when people go back out and about, it's going to surge again. And that's what China continues to see. And they're now seeing some of the highest number of cases since the whole damn thing began. It's because they continue to maintain that zero COVID policy. Until they get over that and move ahead like most of the rest of the world has by now, you have to grow some mass immunity among the population. It's the virus is not just going to magically go away in China because you continue locking people down. But they're shutting down schools and colleges and just locking millions of people down because they continue to follow that path. I think they're maybe beginning to see the light that, hey, guess what? These policies, we've been doing this for 2.5, working toward 3 years now, and it hasn't worked. That's not going to change. Okay, Rambler on board here this Tuesday morning. What's going on, Rambler?
Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, God's children out there in radio land and podcast land, and I'm glad to be back on with you. I know I didn't call in at all last week, but I listened when I could listen, and praise God, I'm happy to be on here with you, Steve. And, God's children, I know this election didn't go the way most of us wanted it to go, but, I'm reminded, Steve, of what Proverbs 27:1 says, and that says, do not boast about tomorrow, for you do not know what a day may bring. And Steve, I don't know what a day is going to bring, but Steve, by God, I know who brings the day, and that is the Lord God who created a day. Praise God. So we got to remember, God's children. And I know some of you won't agree with me, but I know it to be true. It don't matter who's in the White House. It don't matter who's the minority, the majority leader. What matters is who sits on the throne, and God is still God. He's omnipotent. He's omnipresent. He hasn't went nowhere. He don't change. He don't sleep nor slumber. So praise God, and always remember that, God's children. I want to give a shout out to Rick Friend. Me and Rick were talking the other day on Messenger, and Steve, of course, my beloved Alabama Crimson Tide, we're going to miss the playoffs this year. We barely made it past Ole Miss. Now we gotta beat that Cal College out there on the plains. I refuse to call them by the proper name because they can't tell if they're an eagle or a tiger. So they're just the Cal College out there on the plains. But Steve, I'm excited about Michigan and Ohio State being undefeated. I mean, I hadn't seen Michigan and Ohio State go head to head undefeated since probably the Woody Hayes and Bo Schembechler days. And what's even more exciting, Steve, with the 6-game playoff is there's a chance. It's a far wide chance. But there's a chance that these two teams could play for a national championship. And I tell you what, my old buddy Rick Friend, that's got to be on you, and Buckeye Boy, that's got to be on y'all's bucket list of things to want to see. Because it's on my bucket list to watch Alabama and Auburn play for, and I just slipped up and said the college's name. Watch Alabama and Auburn play for a national championship, and it could easily happen, but praise God, God's children. And I didn't call in last week because I was also disappointed. But, I'm guilty of listening to Michael Savage, Dr. Michael Savage, and he's got a great podcast. If you got Spotify or, Apple, iPhone, You can go and find his podcast, and he predicted it. He said it's not going to be a red wave, and boy, he was right. And it wouldn't. Man, I just know who I serve, and the Lord, even though inflation's out of control and everything's gone crazy, I know who has held me up with his victorious right hand, as Isaiah 41:10 says. And he's going to hold you up. Just got to have faith, God's children. And you know what steak sauce, 5'7", love you, brother. I'm just joking with you when I call you steak sauce. What he was talking about was really the first welfare system, Steve, that was implemented. It's called the Jewish welfare system. And what they would do is they were ordered to leave four corners of the field, so the people who have leprosy and had to stay away from people, or the very impoverished could go in there and eat. Now, you just wasn't going to be handed food. You had to go out there and you had to glean it yourself. And he is right. It's in the book of Ruth, when he talks about Boaz, because Ruth was a very attractive lady, and she followed Naomi back from Moab. Orpah stayed behind. But Ruth followed Naomi, and Ruth's famous quote was, "I'll go where you go. Your God will be my God." And praise God, Steve. And, Boaz saw her, was very attracted to her, left a little bit. And, Ruth and Boaz got together. They begot Obadiah. Obadiah begot Jesse, and Jesse begot David. And so that's still part of the lineage of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I heard you fixing to say something, Steve. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just listening.
Oh, okay. I didn't know, brother. But I know you got other callers. I want to send a shout out to Miss Julie Kearney. All the time she here putting smiling faces on the status, and kind of got a weird looking cat as her profile picture, but shout out to her too. And Pappy, we don't need to be going to that football game, that soccer game over there in Qatar. Gilligan has been supplying Pappy. Gilligan has got a dispensary going on, and where he's bringing in imported marijuana from Hawaii, calling it Maui Wowie. So, Pappy's been kind of partaking in that. And we know it works because the blind man has definitely tested it. So we know it's approved, and we know it works. But, they call me the bong brother. I do not, listen to me. I have put smoke in my mouth, but I did not inhale. Always remember that. Brother Rambler didn't inhale.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, God's children, remember, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact, God's children. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, because he went to the cross and died for your sins, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And before I go, Steve, can I tell you about this awesome product that I use? Just give me just 1 minute to tell you about this awesome product.
Okay.
Can I tell you about this awesome product?
All right. Now I have a follow-up question for you. Go ahead.
Stay Build. Steve, I've been using Stay Build forever in my riding mower, my tiller. I've also got a push mower. I have got a hedge trimmer. I got a lot of stuff that I use gas for. And also a 4-stroke weed eater that uses gas. And now, Steve, I use Stay Build, but you use Stay Build for a long time, and I want to encourage all you folks out there, when you winterize your vehicles or you winterize your lawn equipment, use Stay Build, and it works. You get it at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Go in there, get it from O'Reilly's. Go ahead, Brother Steve.
All right. You said something along the lines that Ohio State and Michigan could potentially face off for a championship. Now, they're going to be playing, I guess that's Thanksgiving weekend, right? You got Michigan, Ohio State, Saturday the 26th. So one of the two's got to lose. There can only be one winner. How is it possible that whoever loses that game could find their way back into the top four? Is that possible?
As I see it right now, I see it that Ohio State is ranked second and Michigan is ranked third. So
Correct.
whichever one loses will probably get bumped down to number 6. Because just in my personal opinion, Steve, and this is counting, TCU also. They're undefeated. They can get bumped down, to a 5th or 6th seed. Now we got Tennessee sitting there too. The doggone creamsicles.
Yeah.
But it's quite possible because this is Ohio State and Michigan's like Georgia and Tennessee playing. Whichever team loses, I think will get put in the 5th or 6th position and could possibly make the playoffs and play one more time. It could happen. Mathematically, it could happen if one of those teams ends up in the 6th position.
All right, so you also
and that will be the
you
wild
also
card.
mentioned. All right, so has something changed? I mean, it's been like the top 4 go to the. You're saying that the top 6 actually go into playoffs now?
Yes. It is the top 6. 5th and 6th is basically your wild card teams this year.
Okay, all right.
And,
so that's something new then.
So it's going
right?
from 4, it's going to 6.
Okay.
And that's how that is going to work out. Now let's just say, and look here, LSU has got the hot hand, and I believe they had the team to go into Atlanta and beat Georgia. That would really throw some doo-doo in the game there, Steve.
Yeah,
if that was to happen, it really would happen because that would put LSU eligible for the playoffs too. And that would definitely bump TCU out. Even if TCU is undefeated, the strength of the schedule would bump them clear out. Favoring a maybe favoring a 2-loss LSU team if they beat Georgia. And look, that could possibly happen because they have a linebacker. I forget the guy's name. Steve, the linebacker that plays for LSU reminds me of a Brian Bosworth. He's just that impactful, and he's all over the field. And he'll be all over trying to get to that quarterback at Georgia. So, a lot of interesting things can happen.
All right, that's all right. I didn't realize the whole 6-team playoff though. That's why, because I guess I'm out of the loop and being up to speed on my college football.
It's all right, brother. But I know you got other callers, and thank you, brother, for taking my call. And I love you, God's children. And roll, Tide, roll. And for you, Rick friend, go Buckeyes and go Wolverines. And I ain't gonna say nothing about no bull puppies or no creamsicles or no LSU.
All right, thanks, Rambler. Yeah, for Buckeyes fan, it's supposed to be the OHIO. Right there, you go.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, for the sky watchers out there, I mentioned earlier, if you like to get out there in the middle of the night, look for shooting stars. One of the most famous meteor showers takes place this week. Could, I say, end up being one of the best astronomy events of the year. The Leonid meteor shower, the third and final such event for the month of November, peaking this Thursday night into Friday morning. Now, the northern Taurids and southern Taurids actually peaked earlier this month. It wasn't a big show. I mean, they combined for just a few meteors per hour. Matter of fact, I only caught one. But it was a pretty good one that I caught, but just one of the Taurids. But they also produced some incredibly bright fireballs, glowing brighter than the moon. Now, the Leonid's not known for the fireballs, but rather the quantity of meteors that race through the night sky. On a typical year, they would bring maybe 15 per hour on a peak night. This year has the potential, there's the question mark, to break from tradition with rates nearly 10 times higher than normal. The Leonids are famous for producing jaw-dropping meteor storms, as they call it, thousands of meteors per minute. Going way back to the 1800s, 1833, 1866. Then again, 100 years later, 1966 and 1991, and then 2001. Yeah, these meteor storms happen when the Earth encounters a fresh tail of debris from the comet known as 55 Tempel-Tuttle that produces a celestial light show more akin to something out of a science fiction movie. Now, they say a full-blown meteor storm not likely to unfold this week, but a small outburst is a possibility. According to the American Meteor Society, several meteor experts have run some calculations, and they believe the Earth could plow through an older debris trail from the comet 55P Tempel-Tuttle. Onlookers could see anywhere from 50 to 200 per hour if their calculations are correct. Now, they added that the height of the activity may be a very brief window, taking place Saturday, November the 19th, between like 1 and 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That's only a 30-minute window, meaning it'll be worth watching the Leonids both Thursday night into Friday morning, and then Friday night into Saturday morning. Yeah, predicting the peak rates during a brief but intense meteor shower can obviously be a bit more complicated than predicting the weather here on the Earth. So, although the outburst is not a guarantee, all signs, they say, are pointing toward this year being a good year for the Leonids, at least for an astronomical perspective. Best viewing conditions Thursday night, Friday morning. It's going to be the interior Pacific Northwest, the interior Southwest. Mississippi Valley looking pretty good into the mid-Atlantic, where mainly clear weather should prevail. Looks like clouds downwind of the Great Lakes, probably going to obscure the sky across a good chunk of the Midwest and the interior Northeast. Fewer clouds forecast for the rest of the Northeast, areas away from Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. Probably also going to have cloudy conditions along the Gulf Coast and much of the plains. Forecast looks similar for Friday night into Saturday morning. All right. Meteors associated with the Leonids are often bright, meaning that some shooting stars could be visible even in areas closer to the big cities. Best conditions are to get away from the big city, get away from the human-created light pollution. But either way, after the peak of the Leonids, you're going to have to wait till mid-December for the next opportunity to unfold. The Geminid meteor shower, Tuesday, December the 13th into Wednesday the 14th. Now, that's one of the better meteor showers, 100 to 150 per hour, when you get away from the light pollution. But this year could be not the best year for the Geminid, since a nearly full moon will wash out many of the dimmer meteors on that peak night there. Full moon coinciding with the peak. Well, okay, let's check in with the Dipsy driver. What's going on, Dipsy?
Oh, hey, good morning, Steve. Haven't talked to you in a while. Just thought I'd check in and see how you were doing. Always listening. If not the whole show, I do catch the podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, it was great to hear from the Rambler and from Pappy as always. Had a pretty good chat there with Sylvester. I haven't heard from him in a while.
I saw you over there discussing. Yeah, it's good to see. So I guess, I don't know, I didn't get to see all of his comments. I know he's been pretty busy over there, but they're back to springtime and in the 70s. Yeah, I envy that.
I know. Lucky them.
Yep.
We're just getting into the yucky weather here. Yeah, I'm planning on maybe hitting toward the Mid-American Truck Show there, and love to meet you and a lot of your audience there. They're really great people. I like chatting with them and listening to them on when they call in. So yeah, I haven't talked to you in a while, and wanted to say hey, and hey, how about, I know a lot of talk about college football. If I lived, I think, 3 miles north, I'd be exactly between Spartan Stadium and the big house there at U of M. So we kind of fly both flags here. So, but yeah, always Ohio State seems to be their Michigan's nemesis. So, but and well, Lions, the Detroit Lions, they actually won 2 in a row now, and if they win 3, I think they're playing New York Giants next week, and that's I don't think 3 in a row has been like 5-7 years. So
yeah,
always good to listen to that Sunday afternoon. If I'm not catching up on Steve Summers' overnight drive, but well, we finally may get internet here. The Wi-Fi, the company, I'm not going to mention them, but wow, it took them a long time to get here. And they had to run cable from one house to 2 different poles and then to our house. And then we got a guy coming in tomorrow morning. He's going to hook up the box on the outside, then run the cable inside and hook up the box. So, hey, I might be able to get on Facebook for a change. So, but I like the YouTube. I like chatting with those guys, like Gary, Barry, Norman, and, well, today, Sylvester. That was pretty cool. So, yeah, like I said, I'd be nice to meet those people there at the truck show and meet you. And I was going to head out there and then head down south to Florida. Haven't seen my dad in a while. He'll be 95 in January, and I'll be 65 in March. So it's kind of easy to remember. He's 30 years ahead of me, and my son's almost exactly 30 years behind me. So hard to forget their birthdays. Well, anyway, I know you're getting close to break there, and it was good to talk to you again, and I will talk to you soon.
Thank you for checking in, Dipsy Driver. Yeah, and I saw Sylvester was actually saying that they've got their hotel reservations already made to come over for the Mid-America Truck Show there in Louisville, Kentucky. All right, so I don't know. Unlike what Rambler was saying, I do see they're going to like a 12-team playoff scenario in like 2026. But I did see the breakdown from fan side. The question, could Ohio State make the playoff if it loses to Michigan? I'll break it down coming up as we roll into our final hour on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. President Vladimir Zelensky triumphantly walked the streets of the newly liberated city of Kherson on Monday, hailing Russia's withdrawal as the beginning of the end of the war, but also acknowledging the heavy price Ukrainian troops are paying in their grinding effort to push back the invaders. The retaking of Kherson was one of Ukraine's biggest successes in the nearly 9-month-old war, dealing another stinging blow to the Kremlin. It could serve as a springboard for more advances into occupied territory. President Joe Biden called it a significant victory for Ukraine. A massive strike is unfolding on the 10 campuses of the University of California. The union, representing 48,000 teaching assistants, researchers, postdoctoral scholars, tutors, and graders, says the vast majority of them walked off the job Monday morning and joined the picket line. Strikers say they are being underpaid by tens of thousands of dollars and that meeting their demands would be a small fraction of the university system's annual budget. Aya Konishi is a teaching assistant at UCLA.
It's really powerful because it's not only a new experience for us to see this broad strike all across the UC system, it's also educating our undergraduate students about, our working conditions and, what we can achieve through collective power.
We now know what Amazon's Jeff Bezos plans on doing with his fortune.
Amazon founder Jeff Bezos says he plans to give away most of his $124 billion fortune throughout his lifetime. Bezos has been criticized for not signing the Giving Pledge, which was created by Warren Buffett and Bill Gates to encourage the richest people to give most of their wealth to charity. Amazon's executive chairman told CNN the hard part is figuring out how to give away his money in a, quote, levered way, unquote. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
6 airlines, Frontier being the only American-based company, have been ordered to pay as much as $622 million in refunds to U.S. passengers who had flights canceled and in some cases delayed for many hours. But other domestic carriers get significant complaints while steering passengers away from refunds, says Bill McGee, airline expert for American Economic Liberties Project. And considering how bad air travel could be this summer, McGee thinks flyers are due as much as $10 billion in refunds.
There were tens of thousands of flights that were scheduled and were put in reservation systems. And worst of all, the airlines collected money on, which is a form of deception, when they had reasonable doubt that they were going to be able to operate those flights. They put flights in reservation systems when they didn't have the pilots to fly them.
Doctors in New Mexico are sounding the alarm on kids facing a possible so-called triple-demic across the country. That's the threat of flu season together with RSV and COVID-19 cases. Doctors warn kids will be together in indoor spaces like school more often than not, as temperatures are getting colder, and that could spark a surge of respiratory viruses. Dr. John Peterson is a pediatric specialist in Albuquerque and has some advice for parents.
If your child is sick, keeping them home from school if they are able to. If you are having to go out into a public space, wearing a mask is an extremely smart thing to do.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Marusso.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And, of course, don't forget to use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. Get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. All right, let me flip back here. I was trying to go through the breakdown. You know, the whole playoff scenario. Now, this particular breakdown was before Saturday's games occurred, I guess. Because Ohio State took care of business, beating Indiana. Michigan took care of their business. All right, because this was kind of breaking down. That had to be done. Let me see, the headline. While the winner of Michigan at Ohio State will be strong, powerful, and poised to make the playoff as the presumptive Big Ten champion. What about the loser? Both bitter rivals have, now this said 3 conference games left. It's 2, including the marquee matchup in the Horseshoe over Thanksgiving weekend. Ohio State and Michigan, ranked number 2 and 3 respectively in the rankings. Does the game's loser have any realistic shot of making the 4-team playoff field? All right, that's where they kind of go into. Here's what essentially would need to happen to get to the required 11-1 record for, that'd be 11-1, 8-1 conference record for potential playoff entry. With a home loss to Michigan, Ohio State would have to win the 2 conference games before the game. Of course, home versus Indiana, which they did Saturday, handily, like 56-14. And at bowl-eligible Maryland coming up this weekend. And to be quite frank, it serves Ohio State in this scenario for Michigan to win all of its games, plus the title bout in Indianapolis. For Michigan to come out of Indianapolis undefeated, they had to beat Nebraska at home, which I believe, right, they did that. A ranked Illinois team coming up this weekend, and a top 3 Ohio State in Columbus. Okay, they also need to beat their Big Ten West frontrunner, Illinois, at Lucas Oil Stadium, or whoever comes out of the West for that matter if Illinois collapses in late November. So they go through all the scenarios. Yeah, in short, we're not getting 2 Big Ten and 2 SEC teams into the 4-team field this season. Maybe one of the 2 Power 5 conferences gets a pair of teams in, but not both. Regardless, a 1-loss division runner-up Ohio State would need some help from the 4 other Power 5 conferences. Which they go through all that, but I guess, okay, so it's possible. Yeah, it sounds like it's a 4-team playoff this year. Then, like I said, I see that it's going through some of the headlines. 2026, it goes actually to, what, a 12-team? It'd be almost more like a kind of a basketball playoff kind of scenario, 12 teams. That'll be different. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Let's try Gilligan. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Well, I got a message for Big Ed. Let's go, Mountaineers. Let's go, Mountaineers. Yes, my Mountaineers beat Oklahoma Saturday. Yeah, they still ain't got a winning record. They're 4-6, but they beat the Sooners.
Sooners. Is that the fourth loss for the Sooners? I've lost track now. 5. Wow. Okay.
They're 5-5, and my poor old Mountaineers are 4-6. So yeah, I know Mountaineers. They used to be a big fish in a little pond when they was the Big East. They went to the Big 12, and now they're a little fish in a big pond. You know, well, they don't spend a lot on their football program either, or their basketball program. I had a friend that started for them back in the 80s. Actually, my daughter, when she was attending college, she went to one of the branches of the West Virginia University. So I've been a Mountaineer fan most of my life. Win, lose, or draw, I mean, it is what it is, right, Steve?
Right.
Yeah, I heard the Bong squad call in there. Man, I tell you what, I think old Rambler there's been hitting that bong pretty hard.
The Maui Wowie.
Yeah, I mean, they don't put water in some of them bongs. I thought he said he was putting Staybill in his bong. Is that right? I mean, yeah, I think that's what happened there, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's something else, I tell you. One thing I wanted to bring up, and I brought it up last week, that how, no matter what, the Democrats have attacked the Republican president, no matter who it was. You go back through history every time. You know, think about how they treated John McCain in 2008 when he ran against Barack Obama. Up until he was on the Republican ticket as the presidential candidate, the Democrats all for him. He's the golden boy. I mean, look at that. In 2013, Hillary Clinton literally said we needed more people like Donald Trump to run for president. I mean, I don't understand why people can't see this. It don't matter who's on the Republican ticket. It's always the same old playbook. Am I right or wrong?
You're correct in those statements. Yeah, John McCain. You know, the Democrats love John McCain because he was the quintessential rhino, you know, up until he was on the ticket to be the president as a Republican. They didn't want that. But, yeah, I mean, he was more like, what, the Joe Manchin of the Democrat Party with the Republicans.
Oh, yeah. Well, kind of like Joe Lieberman used to be with the Democrats. You remember how Joe Lieberman did not march in lockstep with the other Democrats. And by the way, I haven't heard Sundance call in since early last week. You know, I was listening to his call there about a week ago, and he kind of reminded me of one saying your dad used to say on the air. Is it me, or did he sound like a fertilizer salesman with a mouth full of samples? What do you think?
I've heard that before, yeah, right.
Yeah, well, that's about all I got. Charlie's working on a story. Hopefully I can get in tomorrow night and give you a story. You have a good night. I hope everybody has a safe night. Take care.
Gilligan out. All right, there you go. It's 844-844-3388. And let me look here. Hey, we got clear lines. First time this morning. We've had a good morning this far. So jump on in. 844-844-3388. All right, I was looking over. So, yeah, it's not till 2026, but I guess, you know, about a month or so ago, they announced a 12-team format for college football. A couple of years down the line, but they said it's the same model that was proposed 15 months previously by three commissioners part of a work group that spent several years trying to put together the expansion model. The model will grant automatic bids to the six highest-ranked conference champions, first-round buys to the highest-ranked 4 champions, and completes the field with 6 at-large selections. First-round games between seeds 5 through 12 expected to be played on campus or at a location designated by the better seed. A rotation of 6 bowls will host quarterfinals and semifinals. And they got a link to the models as far as the years 2024 and 2025. If the current 6 bowls want to participate, they will. For the year 26 and beyond, we haven't determined what the specifications will be. I think most of the expectation is it'll be the same 6 bowl games. That'll be up to their responses to the specs, they said. Okay, it's, I guess, a lot of changes coming down the pike, and you got, of course, different teams joining different divisions and all that starting next year. Okay, with that, we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout here and back to the calls ahead at 844-844-3388. Oh, and by the way, I get Area 51. It's always been a location of fascination for UFO enthusiasts and conspiracy aficionados. Yeah, apparently the government's still pretty darn serious about Area 51, as the FBI reportedly raided the Las Vegas and Rochelle, Nevada homes of a prominent Area 51 researcher a few weeks ago, seizing his computers and files, held his girlfriend at gunpoint. Now, this reported raid after Joe Biden's Department of Defense implemented new measures meant to limit federal law enforcement records seizures against journalists. More on that story coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, according to a post several days ago via his website, this Area 51 researcher, a guy by the name of Georges Arnoux, A-R-N-U, Arnoux, he said last Thursday, very early in the morning, my homes in Rochelle and in Vegas were searched by a combined team of FBI and AFOSI, what is that? Yeah, that's the U.S. Air Force's Office of Special Investigations. I will spare you the details, but it got quite tense and humiliating for me in Rochelle and for my girlfriend in Vegas. All my laptops, phones, memory sticks, cameras, drone, and other items were seized. When it was all over, I was left in Rochelle with 2 broken doors, broken furniture inside the house, and 0 means to communicate. Our Vegas home fared a little better with only a broken front door and torn down blinds. But each location saw at least 15 to 20 agents rummaging through our homes and about 8 vehicles. Needless to say, it was quite the spectacle for curious neighbors in both locations. In the process, I lost all my data, medical files, financial and tax records, passwords, everything. On top of that, I'm stuck with thousands in cost for repairs and replacement of the most essential electronics and expected legal fees. I will speak with an attorney about how to proceed. To the best of my knowledge, I've not broken the law. The search warrants are not very specific, but aerial photos of Area 51 and other installations came up repeatedly. So I've taken those down for now to diffuse the situation. Now, he said he was telling his side of the story to avoid any more speculation. I'm kind of concerned that overzealous government agents may use bogus charges against me to send a message. So I feel like putting the truth out there can't hurt. Apparently this he has several documentary film and television credits, including for the UFO documentary, The Road to Rochelle, an episode of the History Channel's Ancient Aliens television show, and I guess an episode of Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura. In addition to his film credits, his Dreamland Resort website regularly publishes information and observations about the activities going on around Area 51 and other parts of Nevada. So for whatever reason, even in this day and age, I guess they take it serious about that whole Area 51 thing. I think he sends, his drones up in the air and uses, some of the better cameras to try to zoom in on what's going on in areas that, what are they considered, off limits? Nobody's supposed to be taking photos of what's going on in there. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I think it was Knucklebuster that brought up last evening that Dolly Parton, her foundation, philanthropy-wise, got a $100 million donation. Yes, the billionaire Amazon founder, Jeff Bezos, giving country music legend and now Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee Dolly Parton $100 million, naming her the third winner of what he calls the Courage and Civility Award. Dolly can direct those funds to whatever charities that she sees fit, according to Bezos' partner, Lauren Sanchez, during the award ceremony. Dolly, as she took the stage, said, "Wow, did you say $100 million? Yeah, when people are in a position to help, you should help. I've always said I try to put my money where my heart is, and I think you, Jeff Bezos, I think you do the same thing. I will do my best to do good things with this money. How about that?" Again, this award is targeted at leaders who aim high, find solution, and always do it with civility. Anyway, leading up to the announcement, Bezos said, Dolly Parton gives with her heart. What she's done for kids and literacy and so many other things over the years is just incredible. Of course, here just a couple of weeks ago, she was inducted again into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She has founded multiple charities, including what's known as Dolly Parton's Imagination Library, that actually mails free books to children. Then over the summer, she donated $1 million toward pediatric infectious disease research at Vanderbilt University Medical Center there in Tennessee. So with $100 million, I'm sure she'll do the right thing with those funds. But how about that? Tip of the hat, I guess, to Bezos and Dolly Parton. Hey, one final note before you hit our news break, bottom of the hour, and clear lines at 844-844-3388. Jay Leno had some sort of a medical emergency, as they called it. And first thing that crossed my mind, heart attack, stroke, because they didn't initially say what it was. I think a lot of people were surmising he's had some heart issues in recent years, high cholesterol. And Jay Leno several years ago said, we want people to see the connection because a lot of people don't realize high cholesterol, and if you've had a heart attack or a stroke, you're increasing your risk for another one. It's kind of like an earthquake. It may not destroy your home, but it's going to sure weaken the structure. He even made a comparison to your automobile. It's kind of like in a car. If even one piece of dirt gets in the eye of the needle of that injector, the jet, boom, no more gas goes through. That's what happens with your heart. Turns out it was not his heart. More details finally did come out later this past afternoon. I guess he was out there in his garage. A big car collector guy. But somehow one of his vehicles, gas fire erupted, and he got burns on his face. I don't know how significant. They say he's going to be okay, but I guess they sent him to a burn center there in Los Angeles. So, prayers for Jay Leno, but fire in the garage. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. Control of the U.S. House of Representatives hinged on Monday on several tight races that could secure a majority for Republicans following midterm elections, having won 212 seats compared to Democrats' 206, with 218 needed for a majority. But the final outcome might not be known for days as officials continue counting ballots nearly a week after Americans went to the polls. Wall Street's main indexes ended lower on Monday, with real estate and discretionary sectors leading broad declines as investors digested comments from U.S. Federal Reserve officials about plans for interest rate hikes. The National Basketball Association has been sued by 3 longtime referees who said the league fired them this year after they refused to be vaccinated against COVID-19 over religious objections. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
right, good to hear from the Dipsy driver there a little bit earlier. Back to chatting with his friends there. Gary's on board. Good to have you with us, Gary. Or hello to Randy. Randy says, morning, Steve. 37 degrees, New Tazewell, Tennessee. Yep, the rain moving in this morning. Yeah, a lot of rain in the southeast here for our Tuesday. I kind of refresh on the radar. Yeah, rain this hour. You're pretty much socked in from central Kentucky right down to the heart of Tennessee, from Nashville to Knoxville to Chattanooga. A lot of rain through Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and on down into the Florida Panhandle. Now, on the north side of that system, hey, it's snow. That's why you've got your winter weather advisories. Most people are going to see 1 to 3 inches. It's not going to be like a shutting down the interstates kind of thing, but definitely going to have some travel difficulties in some of our big cities, from St. Louis to Springfield, Illinois, up into the Chicago area. Snow. Yeah, snow beginning to fall looks like from Chicago all the way back to Des Moines. Yeah, that zone there, Des Moines to Waterloo, you've been snowing for much of the night tonight, as a matter of fact. Yeah, speaking of space UFOs, a lot of people, if they saw this over the weekend, they may have thought the Martians were landing. A lot of things we get heads up, advance notice from NASA about things they're going to be doing. But yeah, this was a huge flying saucer-like inflatable. It was actually, it's a heat shield that could one day help humans to land safely on Mars, that they were testing this thing. Loftid, L-O-F-T-I-D, as they call it. It's an inflatable aeroshell about 20 feet in diameter that launched from an Atlas V rocket in California over the weekend, about 4:25 in the morning. However, a valve issue, it was supposed to take place at 4:25 in the morning, forced the window to be extended for just over a half hour, but it did make its way into low Earth orbit, less than 1,200 miles from the surface, at supersonic speeds before inflating and then beginning to make its descent back to the Earth. So it's making its way through the atmosphere. Ultimately deployed a parachute to allow a soft splashdown in the Pacific Ocean a little after 7 o'clock in the morning. The huge heat shield will be recovered by an offshore vessel. They said it would be in 1 or 2 days' time, so maybe today. NASA hopes this test will demonstrate how the heat shield can act like a giant brake to slow down a spacecraft when it enters, one of these days, the Martian atmosphere. Centaur released the Loftid about 75 minutes after liftoff, while the recovery team will leave port before launch, and it'll take a couple days to reach that splashdown spot to the east of Honolulu. Pretty fascinating stuff, but yeah, kind of like a giant clamshell that's really what they call an inflatable heat shield. The idea would have you'd have like your launch capsule. Maybe the Orion is the big test. They're going to be launching unmanned to the moon tomorrow morning. Essentially, the Orion would have one of these type devices on it. If and when the time comes we go to land on the likes of Mars, that capsule would then, the shell would slow down as it comes through the atmosphere. Of course, it's a heat shield at the same time. Slow the craft down so they could deploy parachutes and hopefully have a successful landing on Mars. Now, will that occur in our lifetime? Probably not. Hello, Knucklebuster. You going to volunteer for one of our missions to Mars?
Oh, yeah. Well, they had a one-way thing there a while back. I don't know. I guess they got rid of that. Nobody wanted to go one way and just stay there.
Yeah, right.
Not much survival mode up there anyway. But speaking of Miss Dolly Parton there, I want her to keep two people real close to her heart, and that'd be Steve Summers and Knucklebuster there. I wouldn't want to be greedy, but she could give us a cool million apiece. That'd lighten the load on us a little bit, wouldn't it?
I think everybody'd like $1 million. Everybody wants a piece of that.
Oh, yeah, I know that's right. And speaking of being close to her heart, I know some people, and I'm not calling any names there, that would like to lay their head next to her heart, too, right? Enough of all that before I get us in trouble. I read where Ford's making a dog-friendly seat in their, because they're all good boys and good girls that ride in the trucks and the cars there.
Yeah.
Your dog ride in the car with you?
Every once in a while. I just kind of let him get
my
up.
dog
He gets
go
up in the
all
back
the
seat
time.
and lays down. And, of course, when he stands up, if I hit the brakes, he does kind of stumble around,
Oh, yeah. Mine's learned to hold on there if you talk to him every way you're doing it there, right? Yeah, about Jay Leno, he got burned a little bit there. He found out real quick that gasoline catches on fire real quick. And speaking of winter, well, it's done got too warm down here needing the anti-jail. We can always use that everyday diesel treatment over there. Your LED headlights they getting on all these vehicles now, they don't get hot enough to melt that snow and ice off the front of them there, Steve. So that's a problem they got to deal with there. When you're riding around in the dark, you can't see too good there. Well, they got a CB Corvette that GM forgot to destroy. So it was a prototype there. I ain't got to read the article yet, but anyway, it's another one of them rare finds there. You got enough money, you can get it there. And I saw an article that got a hot rod limo, a Ford Model A. You can buy that thing too, see, and you can ride around giving them punk rock prom night parties there back when the graduation starts again. So that'll be all my bull on it for this morning there. So wind this thing on up and we'll carry it to the house. I got a late start this morning. I was back there singing It's a Hard Day's Night. Well, no, hard day's not working, but sleeping, right? So have a great morning, buddy. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, thank you for checking in there, Knucklebuster. I thought at one point, didn't he tell us he was going to use some of his TA or Love's points, I don't know, whatever his pilot, and get him a new headset? You need to get that, Knucklebuster. Sometimes when I talk to you, it's crystal clear, and other times it's all distorted and breaking up. And all right, so back to another election note. We've all heard this narrative. Well, for those who listen to the likes of conservative media, the narrative that why we never witnessed this so-called red wave is because most of the people, or more than not, were all focused on the Roe versus Wade, the abortion issue. Now, granted, we had 5 states with abortion issues on the ballot, and the people in those respective states voted to keep the right to have an abortion in all 5 of those states. I get that. But yeah, how many times have we heard, how many narratives have we heard that, that's the reason that the Democrats fared so well? Some are saying, according to the research, that was not necessarily the case. John Giza says, since Election Day, if the media spin, the reason Republicans underperformed was because of Roe versus Wade, overturned by the court. While that claim is being pushed by those who want abortion rights or those who would prefer the Republicans stay away from the issue, the data shows that particular spin apparently is just a bunch of bunk. Now, it is true, Democrats ran hard in support of restoring Roe versus Wade while making false claims that the Supreme Court and Republicans were outlawing abortions, which they were not. That's what Heatwave was talking about, these false claims. But still, in race after race, abortion was not the deciding factor in the election. Take, for example, races in New York, a state that has long championed itself as one of the most pro-abortion in the country. Pro-life Republican candidate for New York governor, Lee Zeldin, actually brought out the biggest Republican vote across that state in almost 50 years. Now, he lost. Trump lost to Biden in New York by 23 points 2 years ago. Now, while the Democrat incumbent, Governor Kathy Hochul, made abortion a key issue, Zeldin actually closed that gap, the Trump gap, by 18 points. Yeah. Hochul only had a 5-point victory, again, versus 23 when Trump lost there. Matter of fact, all across New York, there was a red wave. 10 Republicans winning congressional seats. 9 of them are pro-life. Republicans also made a gain of 3 House seats, including picking up seats in 2 suburban New York City districts where Democrats out-registered Republicans. We kept hearing this narrative. Suburban women were all voting against the Republicans this year. Pro-life Assemblyman Mike Lawler unseating the incumbent Democrat Sean Patrick Maloney. Maloney had made abortion a major issue. In many significant races around the country, Democrats used the abortion card without success last Tuesday. No less than 12 strongly pro-life Republican governors were elected, and not a single one was unseated, namely Kay Ivey of Alabama, Ron DeSantis of Florida, Brian Kemp there in Georgia, Brad Little of Idaho, Kim Reynolds of Iowa, Mike DeWine in Ohio, Kevin Stitt of Oklahoma, Henry McMaster of South Carolina, Kirsty Noem in North Dakota, Bill Lee in Tennessee, Greg Abbott there in Texas, and Mark Gordon of Wyoming. Particularly noteworthy was the landslide, 59% to 41% re-election of Ron DeSantis. Going back to just this past April, DeSantis signed a restrictive abortion law banning all such procedures in the state of Florida after 15 weeks of gestation. Meanwhile, Charlie Crist made DeSantis' support of that law a major issue on the campaign trail. In recent elections, Florida had been trending blue. DeSantis, of course, just squeaked out in 2018 to win the governorship there. This year, on the other hand, DeSantis not only won by a record Republican margin, he even won in the Democrat strongholds of Miami-Dade and Palm Beach counties. If abortion was such a determinative issue, how could that have happened, he says? How could Ohio have happened this year? Ohio has been a bellwether state, yet Republican Governor DeWine won this year by 26 points. In 2019, DeWine had signed a heartbeat bill banning abortion after the first sign of fetal cardiac activity. DeWine's win was mirrored by the re-election of Attorney General Dave Yost, along with pro-life majorities in the Ohio legislature, and 3 pro-life candidates taking seats on the Ohio State Supreme Court. Around the country, Republicans clearly underperformed in the midterms due to such factors as maybe poor candidates or being outspent by Democrats and running with an economy that still had strong, low unemployment numbers. But race after race, abortion was not the winning issue Democrats and the big media are claiming right now. I found that rather interesting. That's valid to point out, though. Heartbeat bill from Devine, 15-week anti-abortion from DeSantis, and look at how strong the numbers were that they actually won by. All right, Horse Feathers got you coming up in 2, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go, back at it. All right. I kind of thought something was a little bit off the email. Typically, I'm getting emails and stories shared all night long. Last email I got was like 12:40 a.m. So I know Steve from Columbus always checks in. Truck and Phil there, making that flip from Sterling Heights to Fort Wayne and back again. I don't know what the deal is, so I'll have to inquire about that later this morning. But yeah, the email not working this morning. So my apologies if you shared or had something you wanted to send out. I didn't get it this morning. Horse Feathers, what's happening?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, I sent you 3 or 4 little short emails there just to keep you on your toes, questions for you, thoughts you might want to share with the listening audience. And one of them was the Jay Leno deal there about him with the gasoline. But so anyways, a couple of your callers here, Knuckle Buster there, I don't know. I don't need anybody to give me any money to help take care of me. But, you know, if there's one of these people out there like Jeff Bezos or Dolly Parton has got money to get rid of there, you know, I'd be more than willing to help them be able to donate to what's that thing I do in Mother's Day, Your Honor?
Oh yeah, right. Make-A-Wish. Yeah.
Yeah. And you got that other caller out there, that special steak sauce guy now. That he goes and gives everybody's money away to everybody but me. You know, doesn't funnel it towards my campaign there. But he's more than willing to give everybody else's money to everybody else. You know, so I don't know. It's just chopped liver out here, Your Honor.
Here you are begging again.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying if people have money they need to give away, I have a way for them to do it, you know, and I don't want any of it for myself. It's not for me. So, but anyways, I just thought I'd call in and harass a little bit about that. But anyways, I don't know. So that's about what we got going for you. Looks like we're about to the end. It's like you had a really good show here tonight. So
things worked out well. Yep. Well, enjoy your calm before your storm arrives later today. Rain's kind of pushing moving into East Tennessee, East Kentucky. I guess you got probably 6-8 hours before it all starts rolling in. And in some cases, it's going to be in the form of frozen precipitation. Yeah, got those winter weather advisories. Pull up the latest, see if they've updated anything further to the east there. Winter weather advisories right up from eastern West Virginia, western Virginia. Yeah, good chunk of Pennsylvania, say from about Pittsburgh on east, with the exception of that southeast corner of the state. Then pretty much nearly the entirety of New York. And they've expanded those advisories up to Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. It's kind of light to moderate snow. You'll find some slippery conditions, but definitely going to notice cold conditions as you get a reinforcing shot of cold air coming in with that storm. All right, just enough time for a couple of final footnotes I saved the other night. There's going to be a stretch of I-40 there at the Tennessee-North Carolina state line where there are, matter of fact, winter weather advisories, but it's going to be a mess for quite a lengthy amount of time as crews are going to begin replacing some of the aging bridges along I-40 about halfway between the Tennessee-North Carolina state line and Asheville, starting this month, and it won't be finished until not 2023, but 2024, believe it or not. From now to May of 2024, all lanes temporarily opening next year between June and October, big travel time of year for vacationers and whatnot. But until then, the North Carolina DOT said I-40 will be down to one lane in both directions for a couple of miles between exit 20 or mile marker 20 and mile marker 18. That's in Haywood County here in the month of November. I'm assuming we're up to November 15th. This is probably ongoing as we speak. North Carolina DOT, Tennessee DOT been working together. The signs are up alerting drivers of the closures. So I'm sure there are some big-time bottlenecks occurring there. They say the bridges over the White Oak Road and Jonathan Creek are the main focus. They're at the end of their serviceable lives. These new bridges that are going to be built in their place will also feature wildlife bridges, allowing animals a safe passage across the road away from the vehicular traffic there. But they shared some photos of, bears, mama bears with their cubs, trying to cross I-40 there. So bear strikes, deer strikes, you name it, trying to help out the wildlife. All right, indeed, had a good show. Thank you so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. We'll come back and do it all over again at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight. I hope you'll join us once again for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep.